Before we get started, we realize that many of our members will be traveling. This is the first long weekend of the summer, and it truly is summer, 90 degrees. And so we'd like to say, wish everyone a safe journey and safe travel. And also, while you're enjoying your weekend with your family and your friends, please take a moment to say thanks to our armed services. They have done a lot for us, and they continue, men and women. Some of them have made the ultimate sacrifice for all of us, so let's not forget them, please. The Reston Association's mission is to preserve and enhance the Reston community through outstanding leadership, service, and stewardship of our resources. Our core values are service, collaboration, stewardship, innovation, and leadership. All of this helps us to focus on fulfilling our founders' goals for a successful, vibrant, and sustainable community, one Reston. So that was item A on our agenda. Item B on our agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to amend item B.
Certainly may.
I didn't see the approval of the agenda, but I'd like to move to remove item I from the agenda for tonight and postpone it until a further meeting. I believe that we have a lot on our agenda tonight, and item H is going to take a lot of time, and I want to ensure that we have enough time to hear from the members, but also to discuss this as a board and a group and make a decision on it. I think it's a really important issue, and I don't want us to rush through things and not be able to fully evaluate the decisions that we're making.
Okay.
So my motion is to remove item I from the agenda until a further meeting. Anybody second it?
I'll second that.
Okay. Is there a discussion? Anyone? Discussion?
I want to have item I. I just would like to have it at a different meeting because I don't want us to be rushed through this.
Okay. Discussion from the directors? All right, so let me ask. Julie, you have a call? Yes, I'm sorry.
I think that we can accomplish all tonight. I think that the IPAR, we have invited guests. They're not members of our community. They're not part of RA. So it seems rude to disinvite after they're already at the party.
Okay, thank you for the comment. Any other comments?
Yeah, I'll make a comment.
Sure.
I'm prepared to discuss that item in detail tonight, and it could take a long time, and this meeting could be much longer than anybody expects it to be, and that's how it is. That's just how it is. I think that Lucinda's point is very good. Following what could be a very long and contentious Lake House Working Group status report, I hate to see that in the name of relief, or whatever you want to call it, people just brought item I, which is not an item we should be breezing through. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Yes.
I think Director Lucinda made an excellent point. I just think that since we're like an hour before they're supposed to talk, or 2 hours, I wish we would have done this like last week. Then I'd be definitely for it. But
Okay. Okay, Mike, anything?
Yeah, I'm frankly a little concerned that this agenda be developed by the Board Operations Committee. It was brought before the board today. And there are two issues on that, removing or adjusting items on the agenda out of respect for those that come to the meeting to participate in these items specifically, or schedule their time to watch it online at home. I think it's really important that we craft an agenda and we stick to the agenda. I'll add just one other item. We have several important items on here. I'm assuming that the Board Operations Committee discussed at length an appropriate amount of time, and so unless there are extenuating circumstances, I would really urge us to stick to the time.
I object to that.
Um,
I don't think that's necessarily something we should accept, that they gave the time and effort to figure out all of the timing on this. And there are items on here that are of extreme importance to have detailed discussions on, and we may not even reach a decision tonight. And we need to air those out. I don't need the gavel coming down on me because my 2 minutes are up or any of that kind of stuff tonight. There's too much to talk about. I have too many comments from a whole broad range of members, some solicited, some unsolicited, and they deserve their day in court as well. Item H and item I were big ones in the community at large, and I assume they will be. And things like item F, it seems like pretty straightforward, but it might not be.
Are we ready for the question? And the question is, Lucinda's motion to remove item I from the agenda. All those in favor, please indicate by raising the hand. Opposed? Abstentions? The motion fails. At this point, I need a motion to approve the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. We need a second.
I second.
All those in favor? Aye.
I'm opposed
I'm
Okay, one
opposed to.
opposed. Okay.
to.
Did you get that,
Yes, I
Sabina?
did. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Okay, let's move down to item C.
Sorry, the rest of
We're
the
not
consent
through with B,
calendar.
if I can
Oh, I'm
make
sorry.
a comment on that.
Say it again.
Consent calendar, item 2 on under B, on approval of board minutes. In reading through these board minutes, this has become a very common occurrence. I have taken great time and effort sometimes to write something up and make it a part of the record. I have yet to see it made part of the record. There's a statement in here that Ray Weedell's comments are attached, and there is no attachment. And I want that attached, and I want the people to know what my personal opinions are in addition to what the board is saying.
I second Ray's motion to include his attachments in the meeting notes.
Okay. There was a second to the motion, and I see a hand up here. Discussion.
Absolutely. As soon as they're adopted, all of the notes, agendas, any presentations get attached, and they are posted on the website. So after the minutes are approved tonight, then your notes, everything will be attached and available.
Which is true last time as well. Your comments
Yeah.
on co-ops got
Always.
added before
Yeah.
they were posted to the website as a final version.
They are on the website.
If you go now, they're on there.
Okay, thank you.
I made sure of that.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on.
Okay. You had your hand up?
No,
Okay.
I was just gonna make sure, like, could we check now and see if his past ones are
Sure.
there?
do
And
it.
they are already there. No,
Okay.
that's good.
Okay, he had a motion. Did we
Motion withdrawn.
withdraw?
Okay.
Counselor, I need your assistance. I thought Director Sanio approved the entire consent calendar.
I didn't hear that.
I heard
Yeah.
just the agenda,
Right, that's what I
which
heard.
means
So,
items 2 through 6 on the consent calendar have not been taken
Right.
up yet.
so you can move to approve the rest of the consent agenda.
Want to make a motion on
I
that?
move to approve the entire consent calendar, including the agenda.
I second.
Wait,
Yes.
okay.
Point of clarification,
Where
you may want to approve the remaining items on the consent calendar 2 through 6, since you've already
I
done.
accept that friendly amendment.
Okay.
I second the friendly amendment.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Now, are we down to item C? Is she here? Bike to School Awards.
It's just you.
Reston Association's Multimodal Transportation Advisory Committee partners with the Reston Safe Routes to School, SRTS, initiative to encourage parents, teachers, and students to think of ways they can get to school under their own locomotion by bicycling and walking. To encourage the students, SRTS and MTAC hold a competition between Reston's elementary schools each year for the highest number and percentage of students biking to school on International Bike to School Day. I am honored this evening to announce that the 2016 Bike to School Day Award is Armstrong Elementary School.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, many of the children that we wanted to honor are home preparing for SOLSs. So we look forward to honor them at a future meeting of the board along with members of our Multimodal Transportation Advisory Committee and the Reston Safe Routes to School Initiative. So now we're down to item D, and Kate, I understand you've been a little busy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you will be able to provide us with that report in the next couple of days, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right, we're down to member comments, item E. Member comments during Reston Association board meetings are reserved for Reston Association residential property owners and renters. When called on by the board president, speakers are to state their full name and address. Individual members representing their own interests or opinion are allotted approximately 3 minutes to speak. Individuals speaking on behalf of a homeowners group, Reston Association Committee, or Reston-based organization are allotted approximately 5 minutes. And we have several members who have signed up. I think the first on our list is James Dean.
Oh, Andrew Irovich is the first person. He's printed.
Do I have it someplace?
It's just the first, it's printed right here. It prints.
Don't see it.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Oh, I
yeah.
see. Yeah.
Sorry.
Got it.
Andrew, I apologize.
No problem. My name is Andrew Ivovich, 1556 Northgate Square, number 12. Before I get into my bulk of the comments regarding item I, since it's now still on the agenda, I think, Lucinda, I emailed you several comments when this first came up, and I reiterate them as to it's a complete waste of money unless there's actual explanation that makes sense, which there was none of that last meeting. So unless that shows itself today, I hope you hear the member comments that came out last time and continue to act on them as you did last time. So regarding the other item of topic today, I wholeheartedly support the recommendations to the board laid out by the Reston 2020 group in recent publications online. They are, in summary, 1, do not approve the additional budget requested by the working group. 2, all RI staff who played a role in developing the pro forma statement should not receive performance awards in 2016. And 3, release immediately the RA annual financial report for 2015 and auditor statement on that report. My personal additions to these suggestions would be to revamp or reform the working group committee members and provide them with clearer direction and a concise schedule for any remaining actions they need to take to propose a plan that is not over the pro forma budget. And then also restrict any raises or performance bonuses for those individuals for as long as RA is paying for a loan related to the Tetris purchase. Some additional comments of mine related to this topic. In recent statements online, there was mention that there would still be no impact to assessments until 2018. I'm summarizing to save time here. Money was available in an operations fund for this overage, and you would be able to bring income in quickly, even with this situation. If we're this far over budget, chances are, based on my experiences in life, we're also behind schedule. I haven't seen any schedules, but I'm just going to make that assumption for the time being. So if that's the case, I find it unlikely we're going to be able to bring in significant income this year. Regarding the no assessment impact until 2018, I argue that where this money is possibly coming from is really not the true purpose that we should be using that money for. Just generating an extra $400,000 to $500,000 out of thin air, which is an exaggeration, but my point stands that there's no line item for future RA screw-ups in our budget process. Never have I seen that, and I don't hope I ever see that. That's not good business. And I can't cite the fact that our assessments are planned to go up 9% in 2017, and this money is going to get wasted on this purpose. I find it hard to believe that if this actual proposed budget was presented as the pro forma budget, that it would have passed in a referendum. I find that very, very hard to believe. In the end, every time this cycle comes up, either whether it's a new spending project, indoor tennis, remember that pain, there's always some sort of convoluted misinformation. At least that's how I feel. Or the IPAR funding. Same situation there. Every time that happens, I get frustrated, and this process just bothers me and bothers me and bothers me. And it's very frustrating for a lot of the people who live in Reston. And I hope that you'll understand that it's frustrating for us and realize that this is a bad way to do business. And you will reject the request for the additional funding from the working group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Mr. Dean, I apologize. You're next.
I'm James Dean. I live at 11195 Square Sail Court, Reston, Virginia, 20191. First, let me echo many of the comments of the previous speaker. I agree with much of what he said. Whether you vote in favor of the Lake House referendum or not, I think it saddens and angers many of us that we are at a place where we're already $430,000 over budget. And that is just like he said, that is no way to run a business. I think more research, more study needs to be done on this. Many of us told the board when you were moving forward on Lake House that you should not have rushed into the referendum, that you needed to do more research and study at that time. This cost overrun bears that out. You should not exasperate that situation by rushing through and approving this additional funds now. And keep in mind too, this information was really not released to the public until Friday night, on a Friday night before the Memorial Day week. So many Restonians may not even be aware of this situation. So, but let me first say, Lake House group, the working group.
Mr. Dane, you need to talk to us.
Well, the Lake House group did a fabulous job, and I think they are to be thanked and appreciated for all that they did. But one of the issues here, similar to the Pony Barn, is the Lake House group wasn't given enough direction. The Pony Barn went from a $30,000 project to $350,000 project. And now we're looking at similar cost overruns with the Lake House. I think the board needs to take this situation by the horns. You are the board, you are responsible for the budget, you are responsible for these expenditures, and us, Restonians, it's our association. We are going to hold you accountable on this. So please do. If you do decide to move forward with some type of additional funding, I would encourage you to scan the budget, look for cost savings, look for areas that you can cut back, like central services renovations, like the Pony Barn, like our glossy Restonian magazine that the last time I checked is costing us $100,000 a year that's not paying for itself through advertising. You know, we need to get the budget under control so that the assessments do not continue to go up year by year. I attended the budget sessions last year for the preparation of this budget. I attended the fiscal meeting this past Monday. This idea that we have an extra $430,000 floating around somewhere in our budget, if that's true, you, the board, voted for an assessment that was too high. There should not be an extra $430,000 floating around in our budget. And if that is the case, you really need to be much more careful when you consider the assessment for 2017. But again, I do thank the board, I thank the staff, I thank the CEO, I thank the Lake House Working Group, the Pony Barn Working Group. I think everyone's trying to do their very best, but we do need to get our budgets under control and our assessments under control. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dean. Next we have Carol Grant.
Carol. Carol.
I'm sorry?
Carol and then Carl. Carol.
Oh, you want,
Carol. I'm Carol.
and, oh, I said
No,
Carol.
I'm Carol.
Okay, right.
And then Carl. My
Okay,
husband's Carl. He's going to speak next.
right, we
Is that
have,
okay?
mhm. Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm Carol Grant, 2008 Cutwater Court, Reston. I'm here to voice my concerns about a portable basketball hoop. I was here before too, that was put up against approval.
Cal, can you speak a little more into the mic? I don't know if we can hear you.
I'm here to voice my concerns about a portable basketball hoop that was put up on 2004 Cutwater Court without approval, rejected several times by the DRB, but still standing. And I want to preface my comments by saying that I would not be against a basketball hoop because several of us have them in the neighborhood, except that this hoop was put up in an area that is too small, visually obtrusive, and there's no room to play. Therefore, it's a violation of property rights and it's obstruction of view. It's visually obtrusive. It doesn't fit in with the surroundings. Starting back in 2011, the Ledmans tore down their home and they built it against the wishes of all the neighbors from property line to property line and moved it up in a pipe stem driveway shared by 3 as far as he could. There is virtually no room for anything. If he would have kept it back and been able to put it against the garage, it would not be an issue with anybody, trust me. But in 2011, it was rejected by the full DRB back in 2011 when he tore down his house. So he put it up without approval in 2015 of last year, September. It was rejected again by a 3-member DRB panel. And I might add that when he did apply after he objected to it, he did apply. But on his application, he wrote his own wording in it. And he also lied about the footage. One of the key measurements is how far it is from the adjoining property line. It has to be at least 20 feet, the hoop. It was only 12 feet, he put 20 feet. My feeling is if somebody misrepresents facts as stated on the DRB application, the DRB may void any application that misrepresents a material fact. He did this, and I have a copy of it in the little pamphlet that I left for all of you. It could have been straightened out at that point. So he applied again. It was rejected by a 3-member. He appealed. Full DRB rejected it again. And so now it is still standing after virtually three rejections by the DRB. And now, for some reason, he was told by RA staff that he can move it. And there's a picture of where it's placed. Move it from one side of the driveway to the other. This is absurd. This distinctly says in the Reston DRB rejection letter, disapproved basketball goal, visually obtrusive, and too close to neighboring property lines. The design review board requires that the basketball goal be completely removed and stored out of sight within 30 days. It is 30 days today. It's still standing, and it's not going anywhere. I feel that somebody should abide. Why do we have the DRB? Why do we spend all our time going to all these meetings? I mean, with affected parties are really tired of this. It's like a matter of somebody that has to have his own way. And like I said, we wouldn't be against it if he would have done the right thing against so many people in the community were against the side of his home. It's obtrusive enough. And now the basketball hoop. So 3 rejections, still standing. And then somebody in the DRB saying it's under legal committee. And I ask why. I have checked all the rules, the documents, the deeds. I've gone to the county. I've read everything. I don't see why it's standing. So I just ask that something be done and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Carl Grant?
I read somewhere you're supposed to bring 13 copies of, thanks, there's 13 copies and some pictures. Well, my name is Carl Grant. I live at 2008 Cutwater Court in Reston. I've lived there for 36 years. I lived elsewhere in Reston for another 8 years, 44 years. I'm here again because I am concerned that the DRB's authority is being challenged and ignored, and I'm not sure where. I heard your agenda tonight. I know it's a big agenda, and a little item like this may seem like nothing, but I'll tell you what, if it's happening here, it's happening elsewhere in Reston. And I think the RA ought to take a look at what's going on there and what's going on with the staff and the rest of them and see what's happening. Now, when this thing started in September, I put in the first 6 pictures. I had to do this really quick, so I just stapled them together. And you'll see here, these are people shooting baskets. This is part of where the hoop was. They chased the ball into the neighboring property. If you flip the pages, you'll see they're shooting from out on the pipe stem, which they really shouldn't be doing. And you'll see that they're also playing after 8 p.m. at night, which is also a no-no. I then included a map. It's a tax map from Fairfax County, just to show you the properties 13, 14, and 15, and 16. Those are the ones that are involved. 15 is the one with the hoop. There's a little arrow there. He moved it 15 feet from one side to the other side. And it shows mainly how closely you can see the outline of our houses, and his house is bigger now, so I drew that line in there. It's so obtrusive because we're a close cluster. Then the next picture is the photo of the new placement. You see it went across 15 feet. That is so small. If you were 4, 5, or 6 years old, you could play. If you know anything about basketball, you shoot a foul shot, it's 15 feet. I got to tell you, that's 15 feet. He goes back 16 or 17 feet, he's going to be in the neighbor's hedges. It's just too small. There's some places that just don't fit. The next 3 photos show how we see it now. This is our view is the first one. The next view is the Rudolphs. The next view is the Joiners. That thing is visually obtrusive. Then if you take a look at the next 2 photos, I've been on this kick for a long time. This is out my windows. I shot these today. This is out of the 3rd floor window. That's out of the 2nd floor window. Every window in the front of our house, even though it's on the lake, you can see that thing. Now the next 3 photos, I took a little cruise around the neighborhood. If you go right around the block, or no, right across the street, there's no problem. This is like a house that's not in a cluster. Happens to have the basketball hoop over to the right, but they move it to the center and they play. You go around the corner on Upper Lakes Drive, and you see another hoop, same kind, in the middle of the garage, no problem. You know, it's the kind of lot. Go up Wheelie Avenue, here's another. We can go all over Reston, you know, so I'm not going to bore you with it, but that's the way it ought to be. Now, finally again, the DRB has stated, and I put what my wife was talking about, that one page. They stated that Lindman basketball hoops should be completely removed and stored out of sight as of today. I guarantee you when I drove here, it's still there. There's no intention of moving it. It was disapproved as visually obtrusive and too close to the neighboring property line. So I'm telling you, it is even more visually obtrusive now, and the property lines are still a question. The bigger issue is somebody ought to take a look at what's going on at the DRB. They're good people. They made the right rulings. They're not carried out. If they're not carried out on Cutwater Court, guess what? They're not being carried out somewhere else. Somebody ought to take a look at it. I don't know if it's the staff, or I don't know if people are just ignoring it. Part of what we like about Reston, it's a planned community, and we play by the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Next, we have Mike Shaw.
Mike Shaw, 11500 Hemingway Drive in Reston. I'd like to add my support to the comments made previously tonight about the Tetra building, Lake House. In particular, I would point you all, if you haven't already read it, the position paper put out by Reston 2020. Now, in order to, I'm not going to have any more comments right now, but in order to facilitate comments on the issue, I ask that if there are any members who wish to comment after the discussion tonight about the revised operating and capital budgets, you allow each member who wishes to do so to have the 5 minutes as you would allow them now. Finally, I also would add my support for the work done by the working group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw. Is there anyone else in the audience who did not sign up but would like to speak? Please.
I came in late.
That's all right. Can you come to the podium?
Okay, is this just like for general stuff we're talking about right now, for like anything?
Anything,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, Eve knows me, I'm Laura Kalachi. I'm very vocal. And when I read all the stuff that goes on.
We need your address,
We need your
please.
address,
You have to
please.
give
Oh,
us-
my address, I have two addresses in Reston. 11201 Crossbeam Court, 20194, and 1603 Apricot Court in 20190. I raised two kids here who are now grown and on their own. The gross malfeasance of the way this money is being spent is sinful and it's shameful. And no one cares. You know, a budget for the pony barn, I forget the exact numbers. It goes from a $30,000 project to $350 in the blink of an eye. No one cares. They'll move the money from here to somewhere else. And the recent news about the overspending at the Tetra purchase, which was so controversial to start off with, it blows my mind, okay? How does a project go from $260,000 to almost $700,000? And, okay, I mean, if you had a contractor come and give you a budget on a new kitchen, and you signed up for $50,000, and you get a loan at the bank based on the equity in your property, tied to that, and then they come and say, oh no, it's not 50, it's 350. I mean, things don't go over budget here by a small amount. They double, they triple, they almost quadruple. And no one does anything about it. There is no one held accountable. And I would like someone to respond and to tell me how, with the legal help that we have, the accounting help that we're paying for, the countless studies that we are hiring, outside consulting firms, like we're a big, rich business. We are not a business. We're paying huge salaries to people here, okay? If you were a consultant at Cooper's, Price Waterhouse, Bearing Point, and you brought in projects that were bid and sold to the client, that's all these people here, and every member of this community, based on those projections, and they are consistently way out of bounds. I mean, it's not like a 5% overrun, okay? It's huge. And, oh, okay, well, we'll move the money from somewhere else. You would be fired. You wouldn't have a job. So I would like an explanation for how, and it's a pattern of behavior. It's not just one time, okay? And I've had it. I've lived here for 35 years, okay? And this board and the task that they are undertaking, it is clear that they are out of their scope. They are out, it's absurd. And I want to know how it's going to continue. How, you talk about sustainable, you want to be sustainable all the time. This is the opposite of sustainable. It's like a freight train run off the rails. And if you read the comments that are on the little local website called Reston Now, I'm not alone, okay? A lot of people think that we should have some people on this resigning, okay? Where is the money coming from, and how do you intend to get it under control? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to comment? If not, we can move to item F. Item F, Appeal of Covenants Committee Decision 2045, Royal Fern Court, number 2B. Reston Deed Section 111.7(c) states that appeals of Covenants Committee decisions may be submitted in writing by any aggrieved party to the Board of Directors, which shall thereupon decide if it will consider the appeal. Mr. Vance Benzinger, the owner of the property located at 2045 Royal Fern Court, Apartment 2B, has submitted a hearing appeal request to the RA Board for consideration. I understand, however, that our legal counsel believes that we should hold on taking up this request at this time. Counselor, could you guide us through this matter, please?
Actually, the board can take any action it wants to do. The recommendation, though, from legal counsel, especially since this is in pending litigation, as we understand it, is not to get involved in the litigation by making any decision at this time. The other part of this is that based upon the case, staff found nothing.
Is your mic on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Staff found nothing that indicated that there was any factual basis for the claim to begin with. And they've made a decision through the Covenants Committee to deny the request and to move on. The appeal is of that denial. So our recommendation, especially because it's in litigation, is not to get involved at this time and make a decision with regard to the appeal.
Is there any discussion or comments from the directors on the board regarding this matter? Yes.
Well, so in the member comments, we had people who were concerned about this issue, and it sounds like they're not aware of where it is and the actions.
It wasn't this issue. This is a different issue.
A totally different issue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Any other comment?
I have a question.
Sure.
If you recommend we do not take it up at this time, at what point would be a better time to take this up?
You could take it up after the litigation if you decided that's when you wanted to do it.
Which would be?
Whenever the court makes its decision.
So do we need a motion, Ellen, to not take it up?
Well, I thought we'd get comments and then make a motion. Yeah, yes, right.
I think the position stated by Ken is extremely logical. I make a motion to just approve it.
Okay. In light of the current pending litigation, is that what you're saying?
Pending litigation,
Between the
correct.
parties move to deny the appeal?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's different.
If you want to phrase the motion how it should be phrased, I'm all for
Right,
that.
okay, all right.
Move to defer a decision. Move to defer taking up the issue of the appeal until following litigation outcome.
Essentially, you're moving the legal counsel's recommendation. And so I would second that.
Sabrina,
Did you get that, Sabrina?
I did, thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? I'm hearing, yes.
Can I just have the motion restated? I think I understood where we were. I think we have made a motion to deny the appeal on this matter until after any litigation related to this issue is final. Is that correct?
It's deferring any action on the appeal, not denying the appeal, deferring action on the appeal until after the litigation. Because we're not making a decision on it.
Either one is fine.
Is that correct, Counselor?
You can deny the appeal until the litigation is over and then hear it, or you can defer it until the litigation is over. Either one works.
Defer is a much more positive.
That's
Right.
what we want to do.
Okay.
That's fine.
Any other questions? Did you get that, Sabrina?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes. Item G, we're down to Community Engagement Advisory Committee 2015 Work Plan Status Report and 2016-2017 Proposed Work Plan. We're delighted this evening to have Colin Mills, who's the chair of the RA Community Engagement Advisory Committee, to provide us a status report on the accomplishments from their 2015 work plan and to present to us their proposed 2016 and 2017 work plan. Colin, the floor is yours. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Appreciate the opportunity to come here and let you all know about some of our accomplishments over the past year and our plans moving forward. I will begin with the review of the 2015 work plan. Initiative 1 was to design, promote, and implement a Reston 101 program for orienting Reston residents to the opportunities and services offered by RA, as well as how-to tips for living in Reston. So we created the first pamphlet in the series called What is Reston, which I believe was included in your packet. And that was produced with design support from the communications department, so we appreciate the help on that. The pamphlet has been distributed at events such as the RA open houses and is currently available at member services and elsewhere throughout the RA headquarters. And we're currently working with the communications department to get this pamphlet hosted on the website as well. Initiative number 2, strategically plan and implement programs and opportunities for Reston residents ages 10 to 20. So this is an ongoing initiative. As we discussed this over the course of the year, we decided to start with a pilot program where we would form partnerships with South Lakes and Herndon High Schools. So one of our committee members, Charles Darfoy, a recent graduate of Herndon High himself, has worked on engaging with the faculty at South Lakes and Herndon to develop this pilot program through which high school journalism students will be able to submit articles that could be featured in Reston Magazine. So we're hoping to see some of those articles published in the coming year, which I'll get to when I talk about the 2016 work plan. But also, we hope to build on this relationship to plan future programs, student competitions, and so forth. Initiative number 3, conduct conclusive research on which languages are spoken in Reston, where, and by how many people. So we identified the Fairfax County Languages Spoken at Home research as the most accurate tool for determining the languages that are spoken in Reston and in what percentages. We provided this information to the communications department for them to take further action from there. And as we get into the 2016 work plan, we'll discuss a little bit about the community engagement strategic plan, which we plan to include strategies for engaging non-English speaking residents within the community. Initiative number 4, expand Reston outreach by expanding the number of social websites used by RA. So we discussed this further when Mike Leone, the new communications and community engagement director, came on board in the middle of the year. And upon further discussion, we determined that expanding the social media presence and splintering it out through a bunch of different websites was probably not the most productive strategy and the most effective way to increase the outreach. So we decided to table that initiative. So do you have any questions on the 2015 work plan before I move on to the current years? Yes, Lucinda.
On your regularly ongoing activities
Yes.
at the bottom, they regularly collect input from the community on issues and opportunities that impact Reston. I'm interested in hearing what you found there. I don't know, maybe at a different meeting you could come back to us with a report on the issues and opportunities that you collected over the year.
So what we did primarily over the past year was to sort of explore strategies for collecting that sort of information. So we're thinking about doing a series of pulse polls and surveys that will help us to collect that information in the year going forward. So I'll talk about that a little more when we get to the 2016.
Great, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Yes.
The brochure, I thought at one point, first of all, great job, excellent. I thought the sub thing, it's a little complicated. Were we going to wordsmith that at some point?
Yes, we have wordsmith that. We went ahead and we dropped that subhead. We decided that rather than trying to confuse people by saying it's a little complicated, that we were going to go ahead and I don't know if the version 2.0 has been released yet, but yes, we did go ahead
Thank you.
and get that. And I believe there was one other suggestion that the BOC made that we also made a
Yes.
tweak to the verbiage as well.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions, I'll go ahead to our work plan for 2016. So we have a combination. We're carrying over a couple of initiatives that were ongoing from last year, and we're also looking to move into a bit more of a strategic role as a committee, trying to help consider the larger question of community engagement and come up with some ways to define it and to help the organization plan for improving and increasing community engagement, because that is part of our mission as the committee, is to help on the strategic level. So the first 2 initiatives are related to the strategic function I'm referring to. Initiative number 1, Recommend to the board of directors what metrics and measurements the board may use to increase community engagement in Reston. Also defining what engagement is and how to measure it. So this is something that we have been working on over the last several months in our committee. We've put together a draft, which we hope to bring back to you later this summer, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of a preview. Our definition of community engagement is bringing Reston together through interactive communication, participation, consultation, education, and collaboration. And so we've come up with examples of some of the different, what each of those terms mean. So communication can mean email, communications through hyperlocal media, public service announcements, our website, RA News, Reston Magazine, and so forth. Participation can be in the form of participating on committees or voting in the election or running in the election, participating in our events, RA programs, and of course volunteer service, which is a big thing with the organization. Consultation, I was mentioning a little bit about the ad hoc pulse polls. That's one thing that we're definitely looking at, possibly little one or two question things that we could drop into, say, RA News, for instance, to sort of get just a sort of a quick feel on where people are on an issue that's of particular importance to the organization, or just something fun. If we want people to know where they're going this summer, I guess that could be something that we could do. Focus groups, feedback sessions, the advisory committees, and also formal surveys as well. Looking at questions such as, what is it that we care about the most here in Reston? What are some of the issues that we feel are most urgently needing to be addressed? Education can take a variety of forms. It could be awareness campaigns, for instance, the littering, the anti-littering campaign, classes and workshops, our open house, RA News, and the magazine, as well as our Reston 101 series. And collaboration, this is something that I think is very important because I know it's an area that the organization has been focused on. So facilitating community dialogue through things like the stream restoration issues and the dog park working group, which has recently been formed, or land use and redevelopment issues, finding a way to convene the community and sort of serve as an honest broker to moderate dialogue and find out what the community is thinking and feeling. Collaboration with developers on land use and redevelopment issues. Collaboration with the county on issues that affect Reston as a whole. And partnerships with a variety of groups, IPAR, Cornerstones, RCC, and any number of other organizations. So we should be coming back to you on that one in a couple of months. We are targeting July 2016, so we should be back to you on that before the summer is out. Initiative number 2, develop a strategic plan for the association to use to measure and evaluate community engagement between 2016 and 2020, including a timeline for implementation. So this will be building on the definition of community engagement that we're looking at in Initiative 1, coming up with initiatives that we can use to help us meet these goals, to foster the sort of behaviors and create the sort of changes that we're hoping to see in the community. Initiative number 3, expand and enhance the Reston 101 materials and increase distribution channels. I mentioned earlier that we're looking to get our initial What is Reston pamphlet up on the website, which we hope to do with our future pamphlets as well. And we're currently drafting the next couple of entries in the Reston 101 series, which we're planning to review at next month's meeting and hopefully get ready to publish before the summer is out and build on it from there. And then initiative number 4, grow the new journalism partnership with South Lakes High School and Herndon High School and collect articles from students for possible inclusion for Reston Magazine. As I mentioned, we came up with this pilot program last year, so we're hoping to actually start getting the articles in and hopefully be able to see a couple of them published in the magazine in the next couple of issues. Ongoing committee activities are the same as last year. Regularly attend Reston cluster meetings and special events. Assist the Covenants Department with its workshops and community events by helping to advertise, staff volunteers, and organize logistics. As requested, communicate or collaborate with and support other advisory committees in their efforts to engage the community on issues and opportunities that impact Reston. So recently, I think it was a week or 2 ago, we had a committee volunteer dinner where we had an opportunity to sit down together as committees and get to know one another and what we're working on and build some connections so that hopefully we can work on activities that span across committees and, for instance, help us, help some of the other committees and the activities they're doing be better publicized across the public so that they know what we're up to. Increase RA's presence at community events, including but not limited to farmers markets, festivals, and community forums. And as we mentioned, regularly collect input from the community on issues and opportunities that impact Reston. So I think the pulse polling and surveys, I think, is going to be a good way for us to collect that information. And of course, as we do, we will definitely come back and share it with you, because obviously you need to know what the community is thinking if you're going to be able to take actions on behalf of the community. So that's what we're looking at for the coming year.
Okay, thank you, Colin. Let's see if there are any questions around the table.
Great.
None? Do we have to make a motion to approve?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If not, Colin, I want to thank you and your committee. You've done a tremendous job. I do have a question on your Reston 101.
Yes.
Where is that distributed, and how and when and whatever?
So it's been distributed, as I said, at the RA open houses that we've had. I think it's been at 3 of them now since we published the thing that we've distributed it. It's also available in member services, and it's been available. I think there's some copies of it over there. And so we kept it available at RA events and also here at the RA headquarters so that people can pull it.
And what about other locations within Reston?
At this point, we have not distributed it to as a broader than that, but that's definitely something that we would be interested in looking into.
Okay. Thank you. I think we need a motion to accept the work plan of 2016 and 2017 of the Community Engagement Advisory Committee. Julie, you made the motion?
Did make
Yeah.
that.
Did you get that?
Second?
Okay, there's a second from Jeff.
Nice job.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
Abstentions? Abstention?
Abstention.
One abstention. Thank you very much, Colin. I have a request that we take a bio break because we're going to, our next item is item H, and I think we've allotted an hour and 15 minutes for that presentation as well as discussion and action. Does the board want to take a break? Get up and stretch for 3 minutes.
I'll second that motion.
You want 5 minutes?
No.
3 minutes. Okay, let's take a little stretch. So, without
We're ready here?
we're ready to go. We're on item H, Lake House Working Group Status Report and Revised Operating and Capital Budgets. Clearly, our next item has been clearly one that has captured the attention of many over the past year, is the Lake House. This evening, we have two items before the board. The first is to receive a status report from the board's appointed working group on Lake House. The second is to receive and take action on the revised Lake House 2016 operating and capital budgets. We're very honored this evening to welcome Danielle Wilson, Nicola Paul Shelley, and Carol Nahoriak, and their representatives from the Lake House Working Group to inform us of their activities since we last heard from them in December. So the floor is yours, ladies.
Good evening. Thanks for
Good
having
evening.
us again. We're back with the next steps where we've come since we reported to you last December. I don't believe our committee, our membership has changed. We may have added one more person who's a neighbor to the property. But as you can see in that bold star verse there, we have met 12 times from October through April of this year, and each of us has given at least 45 to 50 hours to the effort so far. We are all volunteers. We are zero cost at this point. And as it turned out, the February presentation was not scheduled as we planned. There were weather issues, different things going on, but we did manage to meet outside at the property to address the next items that we wanted to. As far as we had addressed the interior, we were looking at the exterior of the property, what it needed to be done for the functionality. And that has been our main task, and that is what we have stayed focused on. We are not looking for bells and whistles. We are looking at what needs to be done to the interior and exterior of the property to make it a community resource, thinking of the needs of the future users and the general community, and how it should look. The aesthetics are important. It is a beautiful building to start off with. Nothing needs to change there, but it needed to be repaired. So the activities that we have accomplished. Since we last spoke, as I said, we conducted a site walk to inform exterior renovation discussions. We considered options to mitigate exterior building lighting disturbances, which you'll see a few images of that later by Nicola. One of the neighbors had concerns about lighting on the building. When we were outside, we were specifically looking and hearing neighbor input. We were considering the design options for parking, traffic calming, and pedestrian safety. Very important issues when that is a property that is now connected with with Brown's Chapel and with the Wind Village Road. We considered green space or landscaping concepts around the exterior of the building. Again, it was kind of like a wish list that we came up with that for future, that to make it a pleasing, welcoming space and functional once again. We discussed also how different funding options for the exterior improvements, how they could possibly happen. No budgets have been discussed. No, it's just all an idea stage at this time. We did also discuss the possibility of expanding our working group's focus to Browns Chapel Park because of the fact this is now a contiguous piece of land that is all owned by RA, and it really can be a gem in Reston, just from improvement to sidewalks and access and general improvements on the property. And because of the there needs to be money spent to make the changes and to make it function properly. We decided, the group came up with a whole lot of ideas for programs based on staff input, based on some of our own group's ideas. And we chose those programs. It was a democratic process. We voted on what we thought was most important. And the programs that rose to the top were those programs that would immediately generate revenue for the building, so that there would be some costs covered by people actually using the building. And the after-school programs were the first thing that were put into place, and staff is, I think, doing a wonderful job of promoting it and getting people already signed up for it. So if there's a success in that respect. Some members of our working group are immediate neighbors of this property, and their concerns have also been taken into consideration when we made all these selections. As far as budget, that is all staff. We do not have any impact, but we're asked for our opinion, but we do not come up with the numbers. Next, we have Danielle Wilson, who's going to speak to more about the exterior of the property, which is the main point of our discussions at this point.
Thank you, Carol. So I'm going to speak about this next slide, which talks more about the specific concerns that currently exist at the site. Our working group is full of volunteers. Some of them come from very close to the site itself, right off of Lake Newport, as you all know, as well as around the community itself. So what we wanted to do with this site in regards to the exterior is, so say there's a wedding or a party inside, booked inside the interior, we want to make it a public space. So some of our concerns were adding benches, seating areas for relaxation on the lake, adding a dock. So fishing access could be achieved there, as well as the other location on the other side of Lake Newport. So that would be the area closest to the lake, and you'll see in a couple slides out where the diagram is for that. The next thing is safety. So right now there exists no pedestrian crosswalks at all around the site. So near the tennis courts, near the lake house itself, there's no crosswalks. Another issue that Nicola will speak to, because she's actually a neighbor, is the speeding through that area, which is basically a cut through from Van Cameron to the neighborhood in the back. So we're going to add speed bumps. That's a recommendation to the board, is to add speed bumps, to add guard railing to prevent parking on the grass, which the neighbors own, and it destroys their grass, especially in big events like maybe the 5K run or the Easter egg hunt. Additionally, reduce flooding. So that's a big area for flooding. So we're looking at mitigation opportunities such as dirt and just different types of pavement, which you'll see later on, where I'll point that out to you. And last of all, it's one of the main factors of Reston that brings people to Reston is the green space, in contrast to places like Tyson's Corner, Arlington. So we want to increase that green space, and we also want to add educational opportunities such as butterfly gardens, rain gardens as well. So now I'll pass it to Nicola, who is like I said, a resident of the community and lives on Lake Newport, and she'll talk about more specific concerns in her community.
Thank you, Danielle. So not only am I a resident nearby the lake, but I'm also a community member who regularly uses the site as it exists currently. So we just wanted to draw its attention to some of the issues that are of immediate concern, mainly focusing on pedestrian and traffic issues. So if you look at the photograph on the left-hand side, you can see that this lady is actually walking down the existing path outside the lake house. And the steps where she is about to go up is the only way for any pedestrian to get up to and around the path safely. There currently is no pathway, so if you're a wheelchair user or you're a family with young children and strollers, the photo on the right shows you where you have to walk. I actually took this photograph not so long ago, and the car on the left is parked in an existing parking space, and the car on the right is driving through the property, and he's texting. So we think it's really important that we immediately address the pedestrian access issues to make sure that it's safe for all users of the community. The next one Danielle already mentioned is the pedestrian concerns with regards to crosswalks. It's a little hard to see in these photographs, but these are two existing intersections from the entrance off Baron Cameron and a little bit further just before you get to the tennis courts. There is no safe crossing there, and again, I can speak from personal experience. I have seen near misses on both these intersections, from walkers coming down the pathways, from families walking, and people are failing to stop and look out for pedestrians. They're cutting in and out of those entrances up to Brown's Chapel, across to the tennis courts. We regularly see people, especially around traffic commutes, cutting through that area at quite fast speeds. I have to say they're really using too much speed going through the neighborhood. The next photographs that we're going to take a quick look at, just to raise some concerns, are the one at the bottom shows what it is like during an event currently, when we have a lot of members, community members who come. This was taken during the 5K run recently, or the Mother's Day run. And as you can see, they're parking up on grass slopes that not only will destroy the landscaping or any plantings that go on, they're parking on grass areas, they're parking wherever they can fit their car. And it's causing quite a lot of damage to the area. So we want to try and mitigate that to make sure that expense is not incurred or any changes are made that is then going to be ruined by people parking where they should not be parking. The photograph on the right actually shows what people do on a regular basis right outside the property. They're parking on a grassy area right next to the lake, even though there are parking spaces. So we've spent a lot of time as a working group talking about how do we make sure that we preserve that area for the community and for the safety of the community, and make sure that we move those cars further away, especially when we're talking things about summer camps and having a lot of people coming and going out of the lake house building. These are a little tricky to see, but we took into consider light pollution as well. Quite a few of the neighbors who are lucky enough to live on the lake had raised some concerns about the light pollution coming from the building. So we spent quite a lot of time looking at the different ways that the building could be lit, keeping in mind that we're also very aware of the need for safety as well of the building. So the first photograph at the top on the left shows you when it's fully lit. The second on the bottom shows when it's half light, and then the third picture on the right-hand side was the compromise for the lighting to ensure both safety of the building, but also that there wasn't too much light pollution. And I'm going to pass back to Danielle to finish up the presentation.
Thank you, Nicola. So this is the existing site at the lake house, and I want to I wish I had a laser pointer, but unfortunately one does not work on this screen. So I want to point your attention to the circle at the top near the lake, specifically how much green space there is currently, and also notice that, as we have said before, and I'll reiterate, no crosswalks, no speed bumps, no safety concerns, as well as the street or the road to Baron Cameron. Keep in mind that although it doesn't show it here, that will lead directly to Brown's Chapel to make it, as we said before, a contiguous plot of land for Reston Association. So this is the current plot, and here's what we propose as the Lake House Working Group. As you can see at the top, where I pointed out before, the circle, the green space has significantly increased, including, it's hard to see, but there's a little brown dock up there, which the public would be able to use regularly. There's also green space for a parklet, if you will, and perhaps a butterfly garden attached to the parklet. There is accessible parking near the front of the building. You can see some there. There's additional crosswalks and speed bumps down, again, towards Baron Cameron, as well as a pathway towards Brown's Chapel to make it more of that contiguous space. So what are our next steps as the Lake House Working Group? Well, as it has been mentioned by Carol, we don't decide the budget, but we would like to know how much it's going to cost. Our specific recommendations to the board are going to cost, and what we may need to cut out in order to meet that cost. But We also have ideas for generating that cost, such as grants, proffers, fundraising, RA assessment, as well as what has been recently mentioned is crowdsourcing, so such as like Kickstarter, something like that, online crowdsourcing. And an example of this would be such as a memorial bench, or maybe if we have a butterfly garden, the educational aspect of it could be, I guess, sponsored by public or private sector companies that would like their logo on an educational piece of public space. And thirdly, we plan to meet in late 2016, so around fall or winter, to discuss our recommendations as far as what's currently been happening since that time, and what we recommend for the future. Right, thank you.
Anything else? That's it?
Yep.
Well, thank you. That was an excellent report. Don't go away, Carol and Nicola and Danielle. Now it's our opportunity. Board members, questions?
With regard to the access, with your revised space and increasing the green space, which I love, can you go back to that slide, perhaps? It appears that we're removing the throughway. Is that the case? Where am I?
It's pulled back. It's pulled back so that there's a shorter space between the way it exists right now. It goes quite close to the lake. That circle of the parking, it's been pulled back.
Yeah.
So that
Oh,
it's
okay.
more close to the open parking area.
Yeah. Here's where it was before. Like I pointed out, the circle up there was unnecessary in regards to the required amount of parking, so we wanted to add more green space.
Circle, is this what you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm tired without a pointer.
Okay. All right. No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, and we would add guardrails as well along the sides there.
Other questions, please?
The parking that you've estimated, or that's going to meet county requirements for usage?
Yeah, Kimley Horn.
The only change in number of parking spaces is because of the addition of the path, instead of people having to go up the stairs and continue over. With the addition of the path, the parking spaces that are along that area would be changed to parallel instead of front entry.
Yeah.
Excellent. Very good. Nice work. Thank you all.
Lucinda?
I thought that the working group was going to make a recommendation to the board on the use of the pony barn and not on how we configure it. Like, we haven't even decided how we're going to use the property, and we're already talking about reconfiguring it. Like, I don't remember the board voting on the use at this point. And that's what I thought we were going to be presented, was how we were, their recommendations for the best use for the community.
Okay.
Is that coming?
Isn't that
Kate,
what we
you wanna
did
take
too?
that?
We had that too, first time you
It
came.
was touched on in December, but I think now that it's become in staff's hands, that's probably Kate can speak best to that now.
I will definitely be talking about that in a few minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Anything else, Lucinda? No. Julie?
Follow up on the parking. So based on what the working group's thoughts were in programming, we're comfortable that the amount of spaces are probably still appropriate.
The parking spaces numbers has not been reduced except for maybe 10. And yes, they go by county guidelines, so there's sufficient parking. Like the photos that Nicola was talking about, those are people that just didn't bother to go to the parking places. They just parked wherever they felt like it.
Right.
There was parking available, but they didn't use it. So that's a big thing that, with the changes made to the property, that would help control that.
And then your last slide, you talked about,
Next steps.
yeah, right, to review the building use data.
Yes, because we had set, our group agreed on the hours of operation, whether it be for the be after-school care programs, or whether it be for someone who wanted to have a baby shower or a small wedding. The neighbors, to consider their feelings about those things, limited the number of hours, and that we would, and so it was 2 stages. First stage where let's get the revenue producing programs going. We'll see what demand, we don't know what demand there would be for people renting the facility for other uses. So once we can gather some data about, who's using it, what the demand is, all that kind of stuff, hopefully by December, when the place has been running for about 6 months, we'll be able to figure out, like, well, should we be discussing expanding the hours because we've had, 50 people demand they want to use it on a Sunday morning. So that will be discussed again, and our group will offer all of our input, and we will most likely vote on those issues once again, but we don't know where it will be at that point until we meet.
And just a point of clarification, the local representatives didn't limit the hours. We spent a lot of time talking about hours and where it was felt that the program needs were, and we really focused on what the community needs were, and keeping in mind that this is a residential area as well, and it is the only building that will be used from very early in the morning until fairly late at night. But as Carol said, the intent is then to go back in late December, once Kate and her team have had an opportunity to look at the revenue, to look at the program demand, to look at other community demands, then the working group will regroup to talk about that and to talk about what needs to change, or does the mix, the offering need to change.
Thank you.
Councilor, anything? Okay, Ray?
Yes. And it may not be proper to direct a lot of this to these 3 ladies here, but I'll bring up a few things. As a supporter initially of Tetra, I looked at this land as a contiguous connection of a lot of Reston land and more of a defensive measure and with long-term value, and it very modestly proposed to put some things together to possibly make it a nice property, to come close to paying for itself, and to be maybe a nicer park area of some sorts that the residents can enjoy as well. At no time was it ever proposed going in that we were going to get into these elaborate changes, and I see things like reconfiguring the property going forward. Already what's done is too much, none of which was pointed out to me or any board member that I know of. On the board liaison at the time did nothing but rave reviews about the working group, which may or may not be true, about the people involved and the work they were doing and how great this is going to be from Reston. At no time were any of these cost overruns mentioned. And I see all of the stuff that it looks nice, it looks pretty, we'll have a nice little property, but I see more costs. Exterior lighting, parking, site reconfigurations, on and on and on and on. What are the costs of all these things? What are the benefits to the costs? And I know Andrew, Laura, and some others, a couple of dozen of you contacted me during the week, and Andrew and Laura were not among them, pointing out very valid points. I mean, where does this end? When does the board get in on the front end of this rather than have all these things proposed and done, and then it comes to us like after the fact? Well, we're already underway on these projects, so can't say no now. This is nothing like I thought it would be when I strongly supported, and I recommended that my colleagues on Reston, Rescue Reston strongly support it. It's nothing like we figured it would be. And I just keep saying, well, to make it a little nicer, we should do this, we should do that, and maybe it will make things a little nicer. But I don't see any proposal for revenue enhancement that makes any sense, that has any businessman or any analysis attached that's going to make sense. And I just have a lot of doubts, a lot of fears, And I share the angst and anger of a lot of people and how it's gotten to the point it's gotten to today. And I hope that in the discussion to come, and don't take it personally, it's not aimed at any of you three, that these things all get taken into account in tremendous detail and thought. Thank you.
Danielle.
I do have a question for the working group, and it's not about the exterior plans, which are beautiful, but I was wondering if you could give us some insight into the discussion of there's hours of operation, like the holidays were excluded, 4th of July, Memorial Day, Labor Day. Seems to be some revenue opportunities. And I understand the neighbors' concerns, they had some concerns, but could you share with us your thoughts? I understand, you know, not every holiday, maybe not Thanksgiving, maybe not Christmas, maybe, you know, but all federal holidays excluded seems like a pretty big broad stroke.
Right, and I can speak to some of that, and I'm sure the others would like to chime in too. So part of it was based on existing protocols and hours of opening for other Reston Association buildings. Part of it was because a lot of the discussion was about the need for after-school care and camps, and most of those demands are not driven by federal holidays. And we did decide that Veterans Day was one of the ones where a lot of families in particular need the support and need the programs to be in place. So we did spend a lot of time talking about that and trying to figure out how the program mix could be supported that we were talking about, with the hours and the days and the federal holidays being off the table.
Also for the people who live there, that they deserve some days of peace. You know, people having their 4th of July parties in your backyard wouldn't be something you'd desire, and I would imagine the neighbors around there wouldn't either. The property is still open to the public, but the facility itself would not be in use.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I have a question about the lighting. The one that you selected, is that the building in use and lit up, or is that the?
That's just exterior lights on.
So just exterior lights. So if there were a wedding going on and it would be quite a bit more lit up.
After whatever time, I think it's at 9 p.m. or whatever, interior lights would be off.
Okay.
No matter what's going on.
Anything else?
Yeah, I guess I do have some concerns about over constraining the revenue by over constraining the hours. I understand that there's a neighborhood concern, but a lot of those neighbors spoke quite favorably in terms of wanting the building to be in Reston Association's control. And I think that, well, speaking as a person who lives in a neighborhood where there's a lot of public access, there's, you know, sometimes you make personal trade-offs, right? You say, okay, well, I chose to live in a certain environment, or as a neighbor who chose to support acquisition of a public use facility, that you might say that a wedding, you might hear a wedding Yahoo, I guess, or something. I have no idea what it might be, but so I have a little concern that it may be overconstrained. If it is, obviously nothing's etched in stone and these things can be changed.
We felt it was easier to limit it now and expand it later rather than go the other route.
I agree.
So with the data, it
Yeah.
shows what to do.
Right.
That's what we'll
Yeah.
be voted on.
Right, and we're also being cognizant of the fact that it takes a good hour for places to clear out after an event. So we're trying to take into account, not if we extend until midnight, that means it's now 1 o'clock. If we extend until 11, it's now midnight. By the time everybody clears out, especially if you're talking about having even a small scale wedding in a building like this, it will take time to break down for everybody to leave the premises.
That's it, yes.
Mike?
Well, thank you very much for your efforts to pull this together. I'm pleased to see that we're getting to the point where we'll actually be opening it and using it. So thank you. And again, I echo many of the comments that I've heard here, certainly many of the concerns. For this discussion, though, my primary concern is us finish this item by 9.
Yeah.
And I know that there's a lot of other issues that we need to raise, and I've committed to trying to keep the board on schedule. And so I want to make sure that the board itself has ample time to come to closure.
Again, thank you so much, Danielle, Nicola, and I mispronounced your name, I apologize, and Carol. Thank you so much for your hard work. We really, really appreciate it. Great report. Now on to the second portion of our Lake House matter, the revised Lake House 2016 operating and capital budgets. We've all received quite a bit of information over the past week. Numbers, spreadsheets, lots of details. And so I'm going to call on our CEO, Kate Parkerson, to give us some context. And Kate, I turn the floor over to you, and I'm going to ask you to please to go to the podium.
I want to take the opportunity, too, while I'm here, to thank the Lake House Working Group, because you guys have done a really fantastic job. And the presentation that they just gave to you, so you know, when they showed what's going on in the exterior, that is being costed out. That will be brought back to you. They are going to take a very hard look at all of the different components that they showed to you, speed bumps, painting crosswalks, reducing impervious surface, butterfly gardens, what have you. They definitely want to take a look at that, see what opportunities there are to fundraise for that. They are very concerned about impacting the member assessment. So they will be coming back at a later time to you with their recommendations on how the association approach the exterior portion of the property. But they have done a really fantastic job in considering all the elements and the site visits, in particular the exterior lighting concerns. They were very sensitive to that and wanted to make sure the neighbors across the lake had the use and enjoyment of the property for that. What I'm going to do this evening is talk a little bit about the budget portion of it. The Board of Directors passed a budget in November 2016, and I do need to forewarn the Board of Directors that I gave you a presentation in the packet on last Friday. That's changed slightly, so I do encourage you to look at what I'm giving you this evening, because there's a slight change to what you'd originally received. So there are two pieces to the budget. One is the operating portion of the budget, and the second is the capital. And what I think is very important to start with is that when we put together the budget that you passed in November of 2015, we did base it on the pro forma assumptions. And I'm speaking right now in particular on the operating budget. And those pro forma assumptions, one of the things that we went with was that at the time when we put the information together, is that the seller of the property, Bill Lauer, was going to rent back for the entirety of 2016. And unfortunately, with his passing, that did not happen. His wife chose not to stay in the property longer than what she was required to in the contract past December of 2015. For her, it was very personally painful because that's where she and her husband got married. So she chose to leave, and that put us in a hyperdrive mode. Found out that that's what her decision was almost around the time that the board approved the budget. That then required the Lake House Working Group to really go into overdrive. They spent 6 hours with me and my rec team coming up with uses, which I'll talk about in just a moment, as well as hours of operation. I know that there has been some question with regard to, how did you know that they were going to rent back? Why did you make that assumption? How did that get into the pro forma? I can tell you that part of the sale contract that the Board of Directors approved and negotiated in March 26, 2015, as they were getting ready to go to referendum, was that Mr. Lauer insisted that included in the contract language that there be a renewal for 2 consecutive periods of 6 months. That was a requirement that he had because he did have every intention of renting back from us. So I wanted to kind of clear up that question that might have been out there. So, moving on. Lake House Working Group purpose, you've heard it already this evening, but what I'm focused on for operating has to do with the short and long-term indoor community use programming opportunities. Lake House Working Group did a really good job in answering that and coming back to you in December with what they decided to do. What they decided from a short-term and a long-term perspective was this. Ultimate is they knew that aftercare was needed, that was an important piece in the community that was missing or was oversubscribed, especially in some of Reston's elementary schools, that there were wait lists for SAC programs and things like that. They saw the opportunity there. They wanted to enable corporate business functions, HOA, nonprofit meetings to take place, as well as have some community open house time where people could come in and enjoy the views of the lake and have some quiet respite. Long term, they were looking more for adult programs and education, celebrations, events, nature programs, and education. So they were able to provide us with those uses, and they did provide this to you in December. With that, after they had that completed, then they started talking about hours of operation. And I can't tell you how hard these 15 people worked with each other to come up with the hours of operation. It took 2 meetings, 6 hours, a little over 6 to 8 hours altogether to come up with this. In fact, at one point in time, after the first meeting, there was such discussion around weekend hours that I said, why don't we just take a breather, let's take a week's break, let's everybody think about what's best, and let's come back and talk about it. And they did. And they did a very good job in coming up with a compromise with how the facility should be used. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail up here, but those are the hours of operation. Biggest thing, key concerns for the neighbors was noise, traffic, and light. Because remember, this facility was 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. Nobody was there on weekends. Nobody was there late at night. If you go to the facility at night there is no street lighting to get into the building. It's very dark. There's lighting on the building, which again we mitigated for our neighbors, but that wasn't what the intended use was for. So we're very, very cognizant of the importance of compromise and working with the surrounding neighborhood. Budget development factors. Once we had the use, once we understood the hours of operation, we were then charged, my staff and I were charged with coming up with different budget scenarios. So the first thing that we did in January, as soon as we heard from the Lake House Working Group in December, here's what we recommend for use after they presented it to you, those long and short-term uses, hours of operation, then the team went to work and came up with different options. The first was program focused with a little bit of leasing. The second was a mostly rental focus with a little bit of programming. The third, and the one that they chose, was a hybrid program and rental. So you've got a kind of a mix between programming and rentals. And what that looked like was rentals of all types, celebrations, AM and PM extended care for camps, after-school programming, camp program, wellness classes, art classes, and other one-time events. So that was the mix that they chose after they looked at the different options that we provided. What that looked like from a hybrid standpoint was this is kind of what a typical leasing week would look like or operational week would look like. The green is where we've got something going on in the facility. The blue is where there would not be, nothing would be going on. All predicated on the fact, because it was very important with the neighbors, that be staffed, meaning when we've got a program going on, someone's there. When there's a lease in there, someone is on site. When we were talking about lighting before, and a question came up just a few minutes ago with regard to what happens when somebody's there at night and mitigating lighting, I've made a promise to one of our working group members that we're going to close the blinds. I know that sounds silly, but it was very important to them. We're going to make sure that in the winter hours, when the building is open, we're going to have the blinds shut so it doesn't impact their use of enjoyment. The other thing, when we were talking with the board operating committee over the past couple months and keeping them up to date as to what was going on with the lake house, with the operations budget and the capital budgets, one of the things that we did bring to their attention is that there is a rental opportunity on Sundays. And they said, that is interesting. We'd like to know a little bit more about that. I do want to say at the outset that I don't recommend in any way, shape, or form that the board change the proposed hours of operation that the working group has come up with for 2016. I think we do need to respect the opportunity to take a look at how that building is being used in late December 2016. But I wanted to give you an overview on what the operations budget looked like based on option 3 that they chose. So the referendum showed that the facility revenue net of program costs would be about $65,000. With the plan, based on what they said, what their recommended use were, staff came up with a plan that showed it at 58. The variances you can see, $7,000 variance, operating cost, $17,000 variance, net operating surplus deficit, $12,000 variance, loan payments, $1,000, and then cash flow and operations about $23,000. So not too far off the mark for an operating plan for that facility that was put together in January of 2015. So we're now in 2016. We've gotten the input from the working group, just as was required by the referendum, to get community input on how the facility was to be used. So we're not too far off. I'm pretty impressed with my staff and the way they were able to do that. There are several notes there that talk about the different data points and cash flows and things like that. Note 3 is probably the most important one there, because it does show a $20,000 variance there that we hope to mitigate. And in particular, we're trying to seek from the county a designation of community association tax exempt status for this parcel pursuant to state law. And this is very important because it is going to be used for those qualifying purposes under the code. Not only is this property one that we are seeking such tax exempt status for that will save the association dollars, but we're also seeking it for our central services facility for about the same amount of money. So stay tuned on that. We do hope that by the end of the summer we'll have that resolved, and that dollar amount will have a positive impact, a positive variance on this budget. The second option I wanted to show you, per the request of the Board Operating Committee, of what would it look like if we were to have those Sunday hours open now. Staff was able to calculate that they would be able to get a couple of church groups in there that would cause a net increase if we were to do that of about $4,000. It gives you a flavor. I am not in any way or shape recommending that you choose option 2. I did want to honor what the Board Operations Committee asked me to do to show it to you. Data gathering, very important. This is the first time we've ever had this type of facility. We're running brand new programs out of it. We're being, so far, pretty successful. And to give you a flavor for that, right now we have 10 pending contracts to lease the space. People are waiting. They're waiting for the board to approve the contracts in order to lease the space. They're booked and ready to go. We have 13 additional inquiries that we are working right now. One includes a day-long yoga camp that someone is interested in conducting in the space. So lots of interest on that. We also have programming is going well. Registration for programming in the site is going well. We have several camps that are going to be based out of there. Extended care programs for day camp as well as after-school programming. All of that we're getting a favorable response to. But we just don't know what we don't know until we run the programs. So the working group, along with staff, are interested in getting these questions answered. And we are going to be coming back to the board in December with here's where we are, just from an operational standpoint in terms of revenue generation. One of the things that I want to go back to in this slide, whether it's option 1 or option 2, is that our programming is paying for itself. The offset that you're seeing there really has to do with the loan payment, but our programming is paying for itself. So now I'm going to move on to the capital. And what I wanted to do this evening was talk a little bit about the space configuration. What you see on the left-hand side is what the original space configuration was. You can see the outline of where the offices were. Those are the hard, those were actual drywall was. You can see the middle space that shows a glassed-in conference center. Most all of the open spaces, especially down toward the lower half of the building, closer to the bathrooms there, had workstations in them. So imagine several workstations on either side of that space lining the wall. Also the same thing where you see the 3 office spaces up to the upper half there. There were several workstations that were closer to that fireplace wall that you see there. So that is where we started. And when we started working with the Lake House Working Group in October, we did work with an architect, and we said, what do we need to do in order to make this space functional for community use? They spent quite a bit of time really looking at what existed in the facility as it was. One of the things that is off on the left-hand page, you see a small L shape, and I'm gonna borrow Ken Chadwick for just a moment. I'm gonna have you be my pointer. If you could go up to the space that's got an L shape where Bill's office is,
Here.
over closer, up to your, there you go, close down. See that L shape space right there? Maybe I should use Larry. Larry for that. Right there, that space there, that was a ramp, an ADA accessible ramp. And closer to the front of the building, Ken, can you find the steps that would have gone down to the lower half of the building? And two small lines. Those were existing steps that went down. The first thing that the working group noticed was that's not acceptable. That's not workable. That's not functional for people who are coming in and out of the space. You need to pull that ADA ramp closer. So that's what you see in the right-hand photograph there, or the right-hand space drawing, is that they got rid of the ADA ramp off to the right side of the building, pulled it over closer to the front entrance of the building. So it made it easier to get in and out of. They also had a very big concern about the number of bathrooms that were available for people in the space. So you can see several bathrooms were made available both for men and women, because in the original space, it only had a single restroom. And the pantry was also located in the same area off on the far side. Ken, I've changed direction. I've gone back over to the other. Oh, yes. So you could see the pantry and the bathrooms were off to the left side, thank you, to the left side of the space. They didn't feel that that was an adequate use of space or a functional use of space, so they suggested that the pantry be moved to the other side of the building, out of the way, so that when people are walking around in the space, there's better accessibility from different areas. They also were interested, again, very concerned about bathroom accessibility. They also added a bathroom, or suggested the addition of a bathroom, over to the far right side over there. And that happens to be where Mr. Lauer had his office. You see kind of a dotted line off on your first photograph, the original with the small door, is where his office was, and where that single bathroom is where the wall is coming down is there. So that was their concept for the functional space. They wanted to actually have 3 rooms. So you see the dotted line off in the far right-hand side is what they call an operable partition. So you could have 3 different meeting room spaces there. Anything that you see a hash line with is considered millwork, where you've got cabinetry, places to put things, shelving, and all of that. So very thoughtful design, trying to make it as functional as possible. And just as we heard earlier this evening in some of the comments, you know, you go, you redo a kitchen, you're like, this is everything that we want. But then you have to really think about what the impact of it is and what do you really need. The most important thing that you need to know is that this space plan was finished in November of 2015. We handed that over, and we were presented with that. Our our full-service firm, Cressa, along with our contracting firm, OSEF, then put all the construction documents together and sent that and had me take a look at it. And I was forewarned that, gee, Kate, we're not so sure that it's going to be a little expensive. And they said, why don't we think about what we can do, start putting your mind to what you can do to reduce some costs, because I think you're going to be a little surprised when you see the outcome of this. And I said, okay. They sent the plans off for peer review with the county, and they recommended that we do some reworking. So one of the first things that they recommended, now you're looking at the space plan concept from the prior document, the one that we came up with in November 2015, to the revised space plan that's underway now. The dotted line partition you see is gone. The reason for that, they said that's a $70,000 item. And they said it's expensive because of the configuration of the space. And when I really thought about it, and we all stood in there, my staff and I stood in there with OSEF Group and Cressa, and we thought, do we really need 3 rooms? And when we saw how constraining all of that was, especially if those partitions were opened and closed, we thought, no, we're taking away from the community space. Because one of the things that was most important to the working group was really visual, being able to see the lake, being able to see the open spaces. And we thought this is going to take away from that. We also saw the opportunity to tighten the number of bathrooms that we had. We went back and took a look at that and said, do we really need to have this many? What's reasonable for the space? So we reduced the number of bathrooms to what is required by the county code for the number of people that were going to be in the space. Number of people that we envisioned in the space was 150 people. The other thing that we did was we got rid of some of the millwork that we felt was unnecessary. Off on that far fireside wall, we thought, well, we don't need the special shelving and all of that. We can get rid of that. We had an oops, oh, by the way, as they were doing demolition work, and found that the wall that you now see on the far right-hand side, that dark, heavy dark line, was that was the wall of Mr. Lauer's office, was a support wall. Couldn't take that down. That had to stay. So that altered the plan as well. So we shifted things around a little bit, and I'll talk a little bit about value engineering. Actually, I'm going to need a little help, so I'm going to turn to my Cressa team to explain a little bit about some of the value engineering that you did in this space.
Details of what we did or what it means?
What it means. And a little bit of what it means, which is, I hate to do it, Catherine, but I'm going to have to pull you up here so you can talk a little bit. They can hear you.
Value engineering is a term that we use to get the same effect with less expensive means and methods. So we had actually attended a number of the working group sessions. We understood some of the functionality. And we went in to look at items that had been specified by the architects as part of the construction methods for less expensive ways to do that, such as reusing a lot of the existing glass that was there instead of purchasing new things, and finding other materials that were going to be, less expensive to achieve the same results.
Thank you. So, new plan, revised. As of March. I'm going to talk a little bit more why about those revisions were made as well. So let's go to the capital budget. Pro forma. The pro forma showed $259,000. After we completed the referendum and we went to settlement, I went to Cressa and I said, okay, we need to get started. I'm working on getting the working group together. We've got to find out what their interests are in terms of what the functionality of the space is. Start beginning to build the budget. Came back with $647,000, $388,000 more that was in the pro forma. And I'm going to get back to that in a minute. Working group functionality specifications, which I'll talk a little bit about here, 217. This is not the desire of the working group to have all of those fancy things that we just talked about, or I mentioned there. It was really the functionality of the space. If we wanted to make it functional for community use, there were certain things that had to happen to the space in order to achieve that. One was relocating main electrical services required for the restroom layout and installing new plumbing and trenching needed to get things to the kitchen or pantry area. Next was LEED. LEED certification was very important to the association as well as to the working group. If we're going to ask all of the developers in the community to go LEED certified and make it sustainable, we need to walk the walk. So it was important to incorporate LEED and have LEED certification and registration for this project. So that equated to a little over $60,000, and that gives you a listing there of what that entailed. Next were different state and county requirements, and I'm going to have Cressa come back up and talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. But there were several different new state county requirements that we needed to meet. Having water fountains, making sure restroom fixtures were up to code, mechanical and energy conservation was important, requiring to keep, load-bearing partition, as I mentioned earlier. Kathy talked a little bit, or we're going to have her talk a little bit more about these different code plans that we were required to meet, that the building was not up to when we took possession of it. What's very important to note is that across all of these areas, the functionality specifications, the LEED, the state and county requirements, is that inflation had a $182,000 impact on this project. And I'm not a subject matter expert what's been happening in the industry for all the trade services, so I want to leave that to my subject matter experts as to what they know. Which one of you would like to take that? Great. Dan Oseth from the Oseth Group. Thank you, sir.
So I'm Dan Oseth, owner of Oseth Group. Over the last probably 12 to 18 months, we've noticed just in budgeting projects and getting competitive pricing from all subcontractors across the board for each trade. Noticed over the last 12 to 18 months there's been an increase in cost just because of market increase, demand, and competitive pricing. So just over the last 12 to 18 months we've noticed mainly in the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing trades that pricing has increased and still increasing. We've noticed it between around 15 to 20%. And when we were looking at this about a year ago, and if we were to budget this a year ago, there's no way of anticipating the increase that we see today. So,
thanks.
Yep.
So totally unanticipated, not something. I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, okay. Totally unanticipated, not something that the association or Cressa would have been able to predict in July of last year. So I wanted to definitely point that out because that's an important factor in all of these numbers. Now, so that last, the November image that I showed you of the space plan, Cressa came back to me in mid-January, and I'd been chomping at the bit to get what's the budget, where are we, what's going on, and they came back with a number that was close to $1 million. And I said, well, that's not going to work. So I asked them to go back and tell me what we can do. Kathy spoke a moment ago to the value engineering, which she was able to work with her team and Dan Oseth to bring it down to $294. So that now brought it to $655, which is interesting because that is very close to the estimate that they had right after referendum in July. I can tell you there is only it is incredibly unfortunate, the mistake that was made in the pro forma. And I own that mistake with my staff.
Then resign.
Because one of the issues that we should have done, our due diligence in January 2015, was to consult industry experts and ask them, what does it cost per square foot to make adjustments to a facility of this nature?
You're being paid $180,000.
Excuse me.
No comments
Please.
from the,
So it is an error that should not have been made. And one of the things that, that comes to mind, and the board has been aware that I have noticed this over the past year. When we put the pro forma together, my staff and I was working, very closely and kind of looking at different capital numbers and things like that. We were in the middle of our reserve study, and I kept coming to the same conclusions that a lot of our members are coming to tonight. And that is, this keeps happening. What's going on? Something's wrong. And I agreed with them. It really didn't come into full focus for me until about the summer of last year, when I realized we've got a problem. We've been doing business a certain way for 40 years and going down the same path, and it's time to change the lens. I informed the board of that in the summer, not in particular with this program, but with any capital project that the association undertakes. And I said, I'm going to start working with my team internally. It's time to change habits. It's time to look at this from a different perspective. And I said, what I want to do is transform the way the association undertakes capital projects. Because what I'm noticing is happening is we're doing this. Licking the finger, sticking in the air, and taking a guess as to what something might cost us to do. We're going with the amount that was said in the reserve study, as opposed to taking the opportunity to fully scope out a project, do the bidding, and get a proper estimate on the table. I recognized this last year, and I worked closely with the board when we were putting some of my goals together. And I said, this is important to me. I pay the assessment just like everyone else does, and I'm concerned as to how we're spending our money on capital projects. It's time we change the way we're doing business. This is not an overnight process. We started conversations internally with all of our Parks and Rec staff, maintenance and programming included, and say, let's start talking to each other about how we do programs. Because what we learned is we weren't. Two groups that sit next to each other in the same building weren't taking the opportunity to look at each other or talk to each other and say, hey, I'm getting ready to go and trim some trees while you're getting ready to update a playground. Trees get trimmed, our environmental staff gets upset because they weren't consulted. We learned a lot through the conversations. Then, during the budgeting process, as the board might remember, throughout the course of last summer, I said, I've got to change the way we're doing business. I want to throttle back on how we're doing capital projects because I need my teams to start scoping. They agreed. We had a reduced capital budget for 2016 because we wanted to stop and look at what we're doing. In November of last year, my HR director and I brought in George Mason University to teach the importance of project management. Got a lot of new lessons. And the board in March, just this past March, had an opportunity to see what those new processes look like and that are being put in place now so that mistakes that you're seeing tonight never happen again. I do not like to have to stand here and apologize for something we should have done right in the first place. And my staff knows that. I've had lots of conversations with them longer than just this week, just so everybody knows. This conversation has been ongoing since the summer of 2015. So I am committed to making that change. So, to go back to this piece here and what the impact of that is. $428,000 is what we are off by. This number, if you were to choose option 2, could go up by $4K for operating. I do not recommend that you do that. Do not mess with the operating hours. I think that the working group and staff deserve the opportunity to see what the impact is of running the facility and come back to you with some recommendations on how we're doing in running that facility. I'm going to work to mitigate this overage that you see by identifying favorable permanent operational expense and revenue variances in the 2016 budget. We already have identified a few internally. I was hoping, but I wasn't able to put all of the effort in the past 2 days to find all of the $428,000 that would be a permanent variance between Monday, when we had the financials presented to the fiscal committee, and tonight. I do plan on having that for you and reporting out in June at your next meeting. By June, you will also have in your hands, you'll be receiving the report from the auditors for our 2015 financials. They just finished up their work this week, and they will be reporting to the fiscal committee first in June, and then they will be coming here to the board to let you know what our cash standing is in February and as of 2015. Some of the variances, just to give you an idea of putting it on the table, is as much as Larry Butler and I desperately need to have a land use assistant so that we can actually have maybe an evening off during the week as opposed to going to all of the different meetings we have to and getting some help on some of the transportation matters that we've got. We're going to hold off on getting that land use assistant until 2017. So that's a permanent variance we are going to put on the table. There are some other staff variances that we are going to forego that I need to work with staff on. We also had we've been doing fairly well on revenue, going above what we had planned for 2016. Those are variances that we continue to push on that. I really do not want to forego all of the work that is being done on the roadway medians. I think that is too important for the property values of this community and the look of it. So that is one thing I have asked to stay away from. But I will be coming back to you in June with these variances. So staff are already beginning to roll up their sleeves on that. That is not something that is, this is an ask that I think needs to be repaid in this budget cycle. So things that we wanted to do, we will forego until 2017 to make this up. So the decision points for the board this evening are determine which option. Again, I do not recommend option 2 that you should be implementing for the remainder of 2016. Need you to look at approving the revised operating and capital budgets and directing an allocation of $430,000 from the 2016 operating fund to the Lake House fund to cover the capital cost overrun related to the building renovations for Lake House. That's all I have.
Stand there, Kate, and thank you very much. And we'll have discussion from our board. I'll start with Ray. Start on this side of the room.
I would have enough comments and questions, and I think they'd all be excellent to take up at least an hour of your time. I don't think anybody wants me to do that. I would like to say that the whole concept of what the RA board is and is supposed to be needs to be examined and understood. There has been a very huge push for us to be more collegial, to be kind and nice to the staff, and our staff may be exceptional, but they do make mistakes. And it seems like any time they do anything of any note, it's rave reviews and pats on the back, and it never goes in the other direction if something goes wrong. I historically looked at the formation, what used to be the form of government in the former Soviet Union, and I come to the conclusion that we have the same type of an organization here, with the board directors being the Politburo, the CEO being the chairperson, the staff forming various Soviets or whatever they happen to be called. We shouldn't be that way. We should not have a chairman of a party that is superior and leading direction that we, as the rest of the group, should follow and be collegial and be 100% behind each other. And that has been and continues to be the push. We are overseers of the staff, of the CEO, of the organization. We're directly responsible to the people of Reston. And it doesn't matter to me what our legal staff or former presidents will tell me about, we're really a corporation here, we're really not a taxing entity. Give me some legal mumbo jumbo about why what I just said is not true. The bottom line is, no matter what fund you put, whether it's capital funds, operating funds, whatever, it's a tax to the citizens. It's money spent from citizens' pockets, constantly going into these overruns, constantly going into these projects. This is one where maybe I'm the lone idiot here and didn't understand or see or hear that we were having an overrun, that everything wasn't as rosy as I was being told by the board liaison on this group. Everything wasn't as rosy financially. And maybe I was the only one that right now feels extremely hoodwinked in originally supporting this. And whether we're officially a corporation or whether we're officially a taxing authority or whatever, it doesn't matter. We're supposed to be representing the people here as board members. It's nice that we get along. I'm very friendly with Kate most of the time. I'm very friendly with the staff. The few times, I don't talk to them very often, but the few people I know, and I know I see Mike Leone sitting here, and I know he does a great job, and these types of things, but that's irrelevant. They don't answer, we don't answer to them. Kate's not our boss. You're our boss. The people sitting out here, you are our boss. I appreciate the couple of dozen people who wrote to me and called me this week to talk about IPAR, to talk about this situation, some of whom I solicited, some of whom I didn't. I had some great comments coming from people I didn't even solicit. There were more great comments today. I know that that will exponentially increase. You can tell people all you want, your phone line is open, please contact me. I hope you people take me seriously now when I say that. I am listening, I am hearing, I do understand the issues. I share your outrage in this. And I have notes all over the place to talk in detail if it comes up to talk in detail about it. But we need to have a real thorough look by independent parties on this thing. We need to have not only accountants, but investigative accountants who understand forensic accounting, if you may. I've heard it used on periods of time. We need separate people who have not been involved in all of this to evaluate where we are, to see what happened, to give us really good recommendations. I'm not here to do a who shot John type of thing, but we do need answers. Why did it happen? Why does it seem to continually happen on a lot of these projects? We never come in under budget on anything. And our assessments are getting out of control for a lot of people. I hear that even randomly waiting on supermarket lines. I hear that conversation. We're looking in the face of a major increase, not only as a result of this, but this is certainly a contributor. And just because we might have some spare cash supposedly in an operating budget or a capital budget and shift it from here to there, where did that spare cash come from? From you. means we charge too many assessments, too much tax in the first place. And we need to get a serious handle on these budget issues and a lot of other issues around here, and stop just rubber stamping things. Stop allowing things like this to happen without the board even knowing about it. And to say that, well, something came out and paid 188 of something that, of the dozens and dozens of things that get thrown at us, and by the way, we all have jobs, we all have families, we all have other things else, and none of us get paid. You can't expect us to sit here and 40, 50, 60 hours a week evaluate every single piece of paper that comes through in depth. It can't be done. That's why I reached out to so many of you, because I need a staff of my own, and you people are acting as a de facto staff for me. I thank you tremendously for that, and I want it to continue. And in summary, I know people are going to say I'm talking too long here. We need to put a hold on this, at least for a month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever time it takes to get a truly independent evaluation in place by people we can all trust. Because once you violate somebody's trust, you're never going to get anything done again. And if we haven't already, we're right on the precipice of doing that now, and that needs to stop. We need to get credibility back, all of us, individually and as a group. We need to get authenticity into all of this. And another projection and another, all of this, projections here, projections there. That's what I had in the pro forma. I was hoodwinked. I'll admit to that. I don't want to be hoodwinked anymore. I appreciate it, and I hope that at least some people on the board will agree with what I just said. Thank you. I'm sorry I took up too much time. There may be more time to go for all I know. Somebody else take it away.
Danielle?
Thank you, Ray. Thank you very much. Sorry, I had to put my old lady glasses on because I want to see you guys. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you for your comments this week, your questions. They only make the analysis of this whole situation much better. Thank you to the Lake House work group. I really appreciate, you worked hard, and now you're walking into a meeting where it's, so I don't want to diminish the work and your ideas that you contributed. So thank you guys very much for that. I think we all can agree that this was a huge mistake. This was just fall down, and we just messed up big time. So how do we approach this? And I will promise not to ramble, but I will try to be very succinct. And in my mind, I see this as kind of having 3 or 4 parts. The first part, and I'm sorry for being my little money freak that I am, but money is not meant to be spent. In my house, I'm just like, oh, maybe it's because I grew up poor. I'm like, it's meant to be managed. You get it in, you have a plan, and we work with it. I really very much would like to create this operating reserve fund. I've been asking for it for talking with staff and talking with others, but we talk about excess cash. We're not really sure what to call it. It's been an accumulation. And I very much would like to open a bank account. I know it can be done tomorrow. Open the bank account, put your money in it. That's your emergency fund, as if you would run your personal home. I think we need to ask the fiscal committee to come back to us with recommendations on how we govern this. How much do we have in it? If we ever do take money from it, how do we pay that back, etc. So I think we need to get that money that we talk about, we have the cash, put it in its own proper place, and have it used for an emergency fund, equal to 1 or 2 months of our operating expenses. Second thing is, how do we handle this cost overrun? Because kind of what I'm hearing is, at the end of the day, we can't really use this property without spending this money. And is that a true statement?
Yes.
And is there any further way to chop this capital any more? I mean, without...
A lot of time was spent by OSETH and CRESA on getting it to where it is.
So if this is what it is, I mean, we can't have the lake house and not use it. Unfortunately, I think that's what it comes to. So then I would, in my mind, want to look at the cuts. Where else can we make cuts? Operations, I would like to see what you guys come back with in terms of bringing money to the table to make cuts. Number three, how do we put controls in place so that this doesn't happen again? I know we have regulations in terms of, well, if we overspend a capital budget by 20,000, the board's notified, but I think we need to put a time frame on that, and that we're notified much sooner than till we get to this cross points. And then I feel that we are taking on a lot. Everything we take on, I would like to see us get back to our grassroots of taking care of the pathways and making the place look nice, and maybe not fighting every single fight that comes our way. Maybe perhaps that's naive, but that's what I feel like we're just getting too much, and I'd like to put a halt on things until we get this under control. I know the central service facilities going forward full steam ahead. That's just such a large dollar amount. Maybe we can talk about that. But that's it.
Jeff?
But you're going to go all the way around.
Trying to make the evening a little more interesting.
First of all, I appreciate comments from my fellow board members, and certainly comments from the community, of which there's been a lot. There's been a lot of interest in them, and there should be. I kind of take a long view on this, because I think that part of our responsibility is to help ensure that we have a great community here, and that we have nice amenities that increase our property values. And I think when we look in the long term, when we look back 5 years from now, I think that the lake house is going to be a gem in the R8 amenities that we have. It's really going to be an anchor for the Browns Chapel area and that whole new contiguous area that we've created. So I guess I'm taking a little bit longer view in terms of the investment and things like that. Certainly it's disappointing that we are where we are right now with the overruns. I know from my own personal experience that when you have projects like this, you're going to have overruns. You're going to. Probably shouldn't be this big. We missed the mark on this piece of it more than we should have. But I also think that taking the input from the working group and sizing the facility for the purpose that we want to use it for, I think is in the long term is still the right move. We're making investments that we hadn't necessarily planned on, but I think they're good investments over the long term. In terms of Danielle's point, and Kate, you touched on it earlier, we do need to look at our business processes for being sure that we are more thoughtful and professional in how we go about estimating our large capital projects. Because again, I recognize that you're going to have overruns, there's uncertainties, especially when you're dealing with construction on older properties, but we need to have a different approach to how we go through and validate our numbers. And so I look forward to hearing more about how we're going to do that and how we're going to close the operating fund. So I think we need to go forward and approve the motion tonight to cover the cost. But I do want to find out how we're going to close that gap and do better in the future, because that's what we need to focus on now is the future. And I think 5 years from now we are going to be very proud of the lake house and the amenity that it brings to our community.
Thank you. Cinda?
I think the working group did a really tremendous job, and with what they were tasked with and the directions that they were given, I think they put a lot of work in, and the effort really shows. I want to thank you for your volunteer time to do that. I was wondering, with the exterior renovations, is that part of the 2016 plan? Okay, because that could probably hold off until. Well, it really concerns me that all of this happens. I don't know how or why it happened, but I feel like the board was misled, and I feel like the community was misled in the referendum. I it's just a huge concern for me. I'm also concerned that we can find an extra almost $500,000 in our operating budget. I mean, like, you know, I just, we're not like a maid of money, you know, the people who move here and live here, it's a mixed, diverse community, and I don't think we can just keep being like, oh, $500,000, oops. You know, like that's just, we raise the dues every single year, $650,000 a year at Christmas time, right after Christmas, you know, is a lot of money for some people. And for us to just think we can start buying lake houses and having parties there and you know, renovating it and making $500,000 mistakes is just, it's really concerning. Kate's taking responsibility for, you know, what she feels happened, and I feel like as a board we really need to take responsibility too. As Ray said, you know, the community members are our boss and we're Kate's boss, so you know, it comes up to us, and we made a mistake, and I feel like we really need to change our operating procedures and look at what we're doing and take a stand and take actions to demonstrate to the community and our bosses who pay our entire budget, is paid by them, to be responsible to them. They deserve to have their questions answered. They deserve to know that we're spending their money responsibly. And at this point, it's pretty obvious we've demonstrated that we're not. We're not taking the budget seriously. And I think that we really need to consider holding off on any budget modifications until we see the results of an independent audit. I think that our governance committee should take this up, and we need to have independent auditors who are hired by the board, not the staff, to come in and look at our books and see what's really going on. If we've made these mistakes so far, what else have we made? Are we really going to just continue to take actions as the status quo when we've already discovered and admitted that we're making so many mistakes? We need to stop. We need to accept the consequences of our actions and the responsibility that we have to this community and to the Reston Association as a corporation, or whatever you want to define it by. We need to accept that responsibility and look into what's really happening in our books as a board, not as a staff. We have new accounting staff members. We've had a lot of turnover with the senior staff. The governance committee needs to look into this, and we need to put a stop and take a stand to the spending. That's all I have to say.
Julie? Well, ditto to what Danielle said, ditto to what Jeff said about the future, and yes, I did support Tetra's acquisition. I still think that it adds to the amenities that we offer our community now and going forward. I wish we all had crystal balls and we could all know more than we know when we start off. I happen to always have a glass half full, and I believe in the honesty and integrity and intent of folks. So I don't start off thinking that that people are trying to trick me or whatever. So, and I was raised that, you know, we are where we are. We own up to our mistakes. We've acknowledged them, and it's not just Kate and Kate's staff. It's the board as well. We have to all hold ourselves accountable. So, but we really have an opportunity now to acknowledge those gaps, those mistakes, and put in place the kinds of processes and procedures. We have an opportunity to educate not only the staff in project and capital budget planning processes, but also to perhaps look for all of us towards risk management. And that's something that I'm aware of in my own profession, that we look at those things and we do that. Well, I know, you know, we thought that we did the worst case scenario, but maybe we didn't in this case. We probably did not go through and say, what is our worst case? So I think that we have a chance for improving our processes, our skill sets, our gaps in our financial controls and in the alerts that we've talked about on budget and cost variances. I was very thankful that we put a halt, kind of a stop, and said, let's look at the projects that we have on our capital budgeting. Why are we not getting things done? Because when we don't get them done, inflation and costs keep coming in. So let's stop, let's complete the work we promised our members to going a little bit back to basics before we take on a whole lot more. I think we're striving for our continual improvement here. It's a huge opportunity. And I'm really grateful for all the people who have reached out to me over the last year, my first year. This week, lots and lots of discussions, not only with members, but with board members, probably more than we've had in months. So it's been great to understand where we're at. And I like to keep things really simple in the financial, which I've talked to Danielle a lot about this, and what we put out there so that people understand. Because I sometimes don't understand these board packages either. So there's a lot of stuff we have to ask questions about, and we don't know because it's not readily there. So financials, I have a checking account, I have a savings account, and I have my retirement future account. That's all I want. I just want to know where I'm taking my money from and my savings. You know, you put money aside so you can afford something really big and nice. And you put the money back. So that's kind of the conversations I've been having with Danielle about how do we do that. And I encourage the community to come to our committee meetings, come to our ops meetings, our governance meetings. You know, be there with us. We need the extra eyes, those extra support, you know, our staff, if you will. I mean, we can't do this alone. It's a hard job. That's it.
Counselor, anything? Eve?
Yeah, community engagement is an expensive proposition. I think we saw that on the Pony Barn, and so one of the fallouts of that is that it certainly has the appearance that you had, you know, that we had a 1,000% overrun on the budget, because it was like, whoa, we said we had a $30,000 budget, and we've got a $300,000 project. But the truth is that we never had a real budget estimate. That's the truth, and so the appearance of misleading is in and of itself misleading, because that was never more than an estimate for taking a dirt floor and turning it into a concrete floor. And then when we actually sought the input of the community, and we looked at a 30-year-old asset that had almost no improvements over 30 years, and the community wanted something very different. And that's how you get to a much bigger budget number. It does occur to me that we may have to struggle with how community engagement takes place. I am all for it. I think it's the way that it should be. And working group, you did a great job on this. It's clear that you have been super diligent and sensitive to a lot of conflicting desires. Like Jeff, I believe that we have a responsibility to get this building in operation. And like Julie, I think that we really need to look at the risk management aspects of these things. I would say to the community
that the hold that we put on capital projects was a reflection of our understanding of how much work we had to do in terms of getting better at really doing sound estimates. So as disappointing as this is, I would say that we are self-aware and working to correct the problem. Yeah, I think the long view is going to be the right view, but I do think that we have to improve at this. We have to be excellent at it. And and I thank the community for all of the input, as fun and unfun as it was and has been.
Thank you.
Madam President, I have to acknowledge that we're now 15 minutes past the allocated time. 15 minutes. That being said, I echo many of the comments of my peers on the board. I do take the long view. I did support RA acquiring the Tetra property. I do believe that we'll look back and that facility will be a gem, a jewel for the community. I am concerned about these overruns. I'm seriously concerned about the overruns. I'm concerned about what we will not do this year in order to accommodate it. I think that we were expecting that we would generate revenue from this to offset the expenses. I'm frankly a little concerned about the revenue estimates, and I think that just as we should look at the capital cost estimates carefully, let's look carefully at the revenue and make sure that our revenue projections are what they truly are. We've got a year that we've gone through. Let's take a look at that. I think we need to go forward. I think we do need controls so that early on we're made aware in terms of transparency and malfeasance and otherwise. I don't see that here. I see an organization that is struggling to be great. I think we can be great. I think that we need to learn from this and we need to go forward.
Thank you, Kate. I have a couple of questions, and you don't have to give the answers tonight. We talked about making Simple Services as well as Lake House 501c3, a nonprofit. What would be the savings or the revenue to RA when that status becomes relevant?
So it's not a 501c3. It would be a tax-exempt status because of the nature of the property. It's a community association property. I want to be careful with do you know what we're paying in taxes for CSF, Robert, off the top of your head? No. Let me get back to you on the CSF tax. I know that it was 19 for the Lake House property. So it'll be in addition to that, and I will get back to the board no later than next week with that answer for the CSF, so I can tell you what the tax is for that.
And just to voice what my fellow directors have said, this has certainly been a painful experience for all of us. Serving as a board member is not an easy, unpaid position. I think we decided to run for these positions because we all want to do what's best for our community. And looking at the current status of the Lake House, I think we have to go forward. It's impossible for us to go back on that. And I think we have 3 motions, Kate, that we have to decide on tonight. Is that correct? I'm sorry. Forgive me.
I have just 2 quick questions I forgot to ask. Is a Walker Nature House tax, is it in that tax exempt?
It's 501c3.
Yeah. Yes, Larry says yes.
Okay. And you said about coming back to the board in December with some data. Might we hear earlier?
Sure,
This
absolutely.
December.
I will try and do a
Could we
monthly
maybe
report
hear
for you.
Summer.
Would monthly be okay?
Monthly? Yes.
For the lake house?
Because my concern was it might be too late for any look-see at 2017's
Sure.
budget if it's December. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Anyone else? Okay, I know we're running a little behind, but I think those comments are all very meaningful and very worthwhile. So we do have three motions. I'm sorry.
May I sit down again by chance?
Yes, please. Sorry. I think we all have the information in our packets. I think Kate pulled out all the motions for us. So the decision that we have to make tonight, board, is what motion we're going to go forward with.
Madam President, I'd ask in the member comments before for members to be able to make their own comments now.
No.
Accept that?
We set the agenda up in order to provide members in open forum to provide comments. At this point in time, the discussion is amongst the board. But thank you, Mike, for raising it.
I'd like to make.
I realize that that's the protocol.
Yeah.
And 99% of the time, I would agree with you, Mike, but I think this is the exception to the rule. I would like the man.
Motion to the
I would
board.
like to have the man heard. Yes, my motion is I want to hear what the public comments are, and we can keep them brief. If you guys can keep them to a minute and a half or less, we would appreciate it.
Yeah, you have to have a motion. You have to have a second.
I second the motion.
Okay. Discussion. All those in favor?
Oh, aye.
Opposed?
You don't want to hear from us when you know what, the whole thing is.
Abstention?
You know what, I'm
One
going to start a
abstention.
petition to withhold dues. We've heard tonight, I've heard today from 3 people, 3 different answers about the rent back from the Lowers to the Reston Association to the tune of about $127,000 that we have lost. And they
Laura
say, oh, well.
Kalachi, you're out of order.
You know, I am out of order,
Thank
and
you.
I don't care. You're all out of order. Every one of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope the lake house burns down.
We have 3 motions in front of us.
I also want to make a comment on that. We're making a huge mistake as a board to shut off conversation like this. We're opening ourselves up to comments, and we may not like the passion that Laura just showed us. We might not like the presentation, but what she was saying may have a lot of validity, and what she was going to say, we may never know, and it would have been valuable to hear. And I'll leave it at that. I would like to hear what the people have to say, and I don't think that it's going to take a lot of our time, and I don't think it's going to be a big detriment to our proceedings going forward. Maybe I'm making another motion, the same motion again, and have a revote on it, rethink about this. Let's think about this again.
I'll second it.
Discussion. All those in favor of Ray's motion, please raise your hand. Okay. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions?
I tried again, third time's a charm, but I'll leave it at that.
Yes.
I may be out of order. I would suggest adding a number 4, which would be to direct staff to open a operating reserve account where we would move what we have termed excess cash that has accumulated over the years into the account.
So you'll need a second.
Need a second on that? Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate.
I'll have a discussion on it. I'm willing to think and talk about that, but I don't think it's ready for a motion and action tonight. But I'm willing to talk about that to see how we might leverage that.
Okay.
I would
We'll
agree
still
with
have
that,
to
yeah. I would agree with that. So, your motion.
In light of that, do you want to remove,
So you want to
rescind your motion?
Rescind your
Or
motion.
do you want it?
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Yes.
That this issue be brought back to, for a subsequent board for consideration in the next month or 2 months.
Accepted or seconded?
No,
I don't know what to do.
I accept
You
it.
accept the friendly amendment?
I accept it.
And I
And your
accept
second
it in my
accepted it.
motion.
Okay.
Okay.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I passed unanimously.
I have another motion. The language in proposed motion number 2 is not correct in my mind. It should read as follows. Approve an amendment to the existing balanced budget to authorize a deficit budget. I'll say it again. You read what number 2 says. My proposal is to change number 2 to say, approve an amendment to the existing balanced budget to authorize a deficit budget.
Is that,
Could we,
those aren't the motions on?
We do.
Counselor?
I think we have the wrong motions up there.
Can we go through like the motions in order, like one at a time?
Yeah, Counselor, I'm making reference to Ray. Can he make that
Is that a
number
motion?
5? Because we had 4 was.
If you want to make it number 5, that's fine with me, as long
Make
as
it
it's
number
out.
4?
Were you suggesting
No,
to replace the
he's
motion?
gonna,
I'm reading from the material that was handed out to
Looking
us.
at this.
He's making a modification, so I would just go through this.
Read them all, yeah.
All right. So why don't we just read them all? Board motion 1, proposed board motion 1, direct staff to implement operating budget option 1 or 2, or 1, excuse me, for the lake house facility for the remainder of 2016.
And for the purposes of discussion, I'll second that motion.
Okay, and so the,
Option
are we-
one was which?
We need to.
right, are we discussing Ray's modification to that?
That's
I'm sorry.
No.
Dealing with motion number
Motion
2.
number
Okay,
1.
gotcha,
and
okay,
we're on
gotcha,
1.
okay. Thank you.
And we had a second.
Second. So
Okay.
now discussion.
Is there any discussion on motion 1? Yes.
Since we only have 6 months left in the year, I would support number 1 in terms of data gathering, but I have a hard time shutting down these revenue opportunities. But since it's a short year, I'm okay with it.
Any further discussion? Not, all those in favor?
No, I have some discussion on that.
Okay.
Direct staff to implement operating budget option 1 or 2 for the lake house facility for the remainder of 2016. And I don't want to direct staff to spend another penny of our money until we get a thorough investigation of what's gone on and what's going on. And by professionals who understand how to generate revenue, professionals who understand how to limit expenses. It's nice to have great volunteers, it's nice to have great staff. We need more than that. And if we can't get that, I'm not going to support anything which puts one single penny more than what we've already spent on the table. That's my motion.
Well,
That's
discussion.
Discussion.
That's your discussion.
Discussion.
That's my discussion point on number 1. Excuse me, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Any other discussion, further discussion? Yes, Julie?
Just so we're all clear, option 1 keeps it with the hours that the working group has recommended, no Sunday morning, and potential loss of revenue or impact of 4,000 in revenue, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
That's what the
All right.
motion
All
is
right.
about. Right.
Okay, all those in favor of proposed board motion 1, please indicate by raising your hand.
This is keeping it the same.
Right.
Wait.
Okay,
I'm
explain
not-
it to
wait,
us,
okay.
please.
We're getting this.
Yeah, we're getting confused.
not
Just the hours of operation.
the operating.
Not
These are
expect.
not changing the hours of operation, keeping the same hours of operation
Sunday
as
morning.
proposed by the task force.
As recommended by the task force.
As recommended by the task force, okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's try it again. All those in favor of proposed motion number 1? Let's chill.
Are you voting?
Me, I'm not.
So it fails.
Okay, so
We've got two
Two.
in favor.
Okay.
2 in favor of.
Board
of
motion number 1.
Not expanding the hours.
Right.
Board note motion number 1.
Okay.
Can you put the slide up that has these hours of operation?
Sure, I can do that. Sorry. Here we go. This is it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, you got it right there.
Without
Okay.
the red though, would be option
Correct.
1. With the red would be option 2.
So, okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
So we are in favor of what they recommended.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
Thank
Right.
you.
Are we ready to move to proposed board motion 2?
I'm sorry.
You haven't even
We
got, you
haven't
haven't
gotten number 1
You
yet.
got motion number 1.
back on the table.
Right, because
There
I,
was not a,
Yeah.
Yeah.
there
Finish
was,
voting.
Okay.
So
That
who's
is why I
opposed to
asked
it?
the question.
somebody's got to make the motion over again because it failed.
Okay.
Well, the first time, before Eve asked for clarification, I saw 5 hands. So,
In
why
favor.
don't you do a voice count vote on this
Okay.
so
Thank
we're
you.
clear
Yeah.
All
on
right.
what it is?
And it's in favor of the recommended
Recommended
schedule.
Scheduled hours,
Let me
right?
make the motion.
Thank you.
Again.
Okay, the
It's
motion
got a
is,
negative in it.
I move to direct staff to implement the operating budget option 1 for the Lake House facility for the remainder of 2016. Do we have a second?
I second.
Eve seconds.
Okay. Is
All
there,
in favor?
now let's do
Voice, yes.
voice, please.
Yes, aye.
Yes.
I'm good now. Yes.
Okay. So it carries, the motion carries.
The motion carries.
We are doing.
Do we
their-
need 2/3 on this?
Point of
Ken?
order.
Do we need what? Say it again.
What was the?
He said, do we need 2/3?
2/3.
No.
No.
Simple majority.
Simple
Simple
majority.
majority.
No.
It said a 2/3.
You're out of order, Mr. Dean.
I'm gonna get real out of order in a minute, Mike.
Hey, everybody's out of order. I asked Ken Chadwick, who's the lawyer, to give us the answer to this, so please keep quiet. Give us the answer, Ken.
Majority.
You're not committing funds in excess of the budgeted amount
Right.
at this point, at least.
Not
We're just,
now.
we're just agreeing to a schedule.
We're just agreeing to the
Is
schedule.
this a yes or no? Do we need 2/3 or not?
No, not on this one, not on.
Okay, let the record show that our legal counsel says we don't need 2/3.
All right. Are we ready for motion 2?
can I just, for
Counsel.
who said nay versus abstain, because we didn't get that far.
I said no.
I said no.
Thank you. And does that mean Julie abstains?
Julie, did you abstain from motion number 1?
Motion number 1 was option 1, not having Sunday mornings.
Correct.
Right.
Thank you.
How do you vote for that, please?
For the
I,
remainder of this year only.
2016.
I oppose. I think we should have Sunday morning hours. I don't know how we do that, but
So you oppose.
I
So-
guess, because the motion is to approve it without Sunday hours,
Right.
correct?
For the remainder of 2016, while we gather data, yes.
It still passes 5.
Okay. It still passes.
May I make a recommendation to the chair that you poll each board member individually on the subsequent votes?
Yes.
So could we have point of clarification for 2? I'm sorry.
Council recommends that you, just for clarity on this motion, poll.
No,
What, say it
the
again?
subsequent motion.
The next one,
Yes.
that Ray posed.
Whatever comes up
Comes next.
next,
Okay.
Say it again, please.
that you poll each
Okay.
individual board member, yes or no.
Okay, all right. Okay, Kate, can we have clarification for proposed board motion 2?
So it sounds like the question is going to be, does it require 2/3 or is it a simple majority vote on that point?
For clarification,
Right.
you were choosing you were choosing option 1 or 2 in the beginning.
Right.
Now it will be a 2/3
Okay,
for the second.
Okay.
all right.
Do you agree? Concur?
Is that correct,
Okay.
Counselor? All right. Approve the revised 2016 operating and capital budgets for the Lake House.
So I second that motion for discussion.
Okay, discussion. Yes.
Kate, this is the Lake House operating and capital budget, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we need to revise, do a friendly?
My motion was to change the language of this to recognize that we're going from an existing balanced budget to authorize a deficit budget, period. Approve an amendment to the existing balanced budget to authorize a deficit budget, which is what this is.
Can I ask you a question? Are you talking, I'm so sorry. When you say deficit budget, are you saying Reston Association, or are you
No,
focused on
just for
Lake?
this item.
I think it was deficit to begin with. Am I right?
Well, let's just recognize that the budget is in deficit.
And that's your point of clarification.
I mean,
that's the
let's be honest
purpose
with
of
ourselves
your
and all the
amendment.
people. What we're doing here is authorizing a more significant deficit budget, if that helps the terminology.
Robert,
But specifically for the lake house.
Yes.
So I requested that as a friendly, that we include Lake House into the wording here.
Let's recognize
For the
CFO, please. Robert?
Yes, it's already there.
Yeah, I think that's a real interesting question. Technically, if you're making a profit, it's called a surplus. If you're making a loss, it's called a deficit. In this case, the $430,000 really relates to capital, so there's no technically profit or loss, or in our terms, surplus or deficit. So I don't think that is the correct term to use. I mean, unbalanced, well, we're really taking from unencumbered, unallocated funds. So, this is a real technical question. I mean, I don't have the answer right now, but it's going to really end up having the same effect if you call it one thing or the other. That's my opinion right now. Being put on the spot.
So it's clearly unbalanced. We all agree on that.
So
So is that a
Call the
friendly
question.
amendment? Is that an amendment?
Need a second.
I'll second it.
We have a second.
Are these
He's
two
asking for
separate
a friendly.
motions?
I'm
you've
trying, still
got
trying to
the underlying
understand.
motion and you've got the amended motion.
Okay,
So
thank
the
you.
amended motion has to be voted on first.
I understand.
But we need to make sure what the amended
Amended
motion
motion.
truly
Yeah.
is.
Okay.
So restate.
Just a question. We never say 2016 operating and profitable and capital budgets. I understand your point. But in, financial whatever, we never advertise it's profitable, it's profitable. So I'm not sure why we would do it this way.
Well, we did in the pro forma say it was going to be a surplus in year one. We never anticipated the type of deficit we're looking at right now. So add the words "for the lake house" to my amendment, and you've got it. Approve an amendment to the existing balanced budget to authorize deficit budget for the lake house. That's what we're doing. If you want number two, that's what we're doing.
So, Ray, can you again state your amended?
Okay. Approve
So,
an
vote on that
amendment
according
to the
council.
existing balanced budget to authorize a deficit budget for the lake house.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second it.
She did.
Okay, second. Is there any further discussion?
I think it's important to, be honest and recognize what we're doing.
Okay.
I completely appreciate that, and I think that there's been a lot of transparency in terms of what's transpired, and the revised operating and capital budgets reflect the changes that have occurred in the budget estimates versus what we're experiencing. I understand the point you're trying to make, and I think it's been made all night. I don't think we need to change the motion as it's originally stated.
It's really important.
It's actually accurate.
If you're reading an article in the newspaper or a blog site, the headline is a very important factor.
Okay. I'm not as concerned about headlines as other people.
Then you're saying we should do voice, Counselor, is that what you're saying? Each individual?
Well, okay, but
May I just ask, I mean, we have two things right? I mean, so first are we first voting on the amendment?
Yes,
Okay,
amendments
gotcha.
first.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to.
Raising
Okay,
the amendment.
okay, any further discussion?
I think,
Yes.
I'm sorry, well, our existing balanced budget, it's not balanced to exist,
Yeah.
never balanced to begin with, so I would strike those two words from it. And that's all I'm gonna say on the, because I'm taking up time.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Could you do the same thing by saying approve the revised 2016 operating and capital budget for the lake house in light of whatever you want to say, the cost overrun?
I'm fine with that, Ken,
That
as
would
long
be.
as it's in the headline that we are recognizing as a board that there is a bigger deficit than we ever could have imagined. Embedded in the headline itself is that knowledge.
Okay. So the wording's changed to approve the revised 2016 operating capital budget for the lake house in light of the cost overrun related to building renovations for the lake house.
I think that makes perfect sense.
So his original amendment has to be rescinded, Ken, or?
Okay.
Friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment.
Robert, are you all right
Be a
with?
friendly amendment.
He'll
Okay.
withdraw his
Your first
motion.
amendment.
I'm good with that wording.
All right,
And we'll
so-
go back
all
to
right.
the first
With the additional.
with the
With
additional words.
Okay, so, Ray, we have the,
Lucinda, repeat what you just said.
Okay, the motion on the table is to approve the revised 2016 operating and capital budgets for the lake house to cover the capital cost overrun related to building renovations for lake house.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
that's a motion. Okay.
I second
We
it.
need a second, you did the second?
Ray second.
Okay, discussion, further discussion.
And is the underlying, are the people who made the underlying motion and the second agree with that so that we can just merge them all?
Agree with that.
Yes.
Agree.
All right, so you're
Agree.
accepting the friendly amendment?
Amendment, we
Yes.
accept it.
Ellen, let me clarify for you, okay? Ellen and Mike have just agreed to the friendly amendment of approve the revised 2016 operating and capital budgets for the lake house to cover the capital cost overrun related to the building renovations to the lake house.
Correct.
Got it.
Okay.
I understand. Thank
So-
you.
Yes.
So is this just one now? We
This
have
was
no.
one.
Yes.
All right.
Well, we still have a
Back to
third
the
motion.
original.
Work on it.
Well,
Get it
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I really have to make a friendly amendment, and I personally, my standards, I would rather make an unfriendly amendment, but in light of being part of the board and trying to come to a friendly resolution, I would like to make an amendment to this that we approve the revised 2016 operating and capital budgets for the lake house to cover the capital cost overrun related to building renovations for the lake house, and task the governance committee with holding an independent audit on the 2016 budget to answer the members' questions about this.
Discussion. Counselor, are you getting ready to say something?
Well, I just want, go ahead.
Just- You were getting ready to say?
Somebody's got to second that.
Okay.
Because
Do
then
we have a second?
discussion.
Well, I kind of second it. I don't know if that latter part should be just a second, fourth or fifth or whatever motion we're talking about, because it's kind of a run-on. But I want it in there somewhere.
Okay.
So for discussion, it's
Now
been seconded?
discussion.
Yeah. My concern is that you already do, based upon the board selection, an independent audit each year.
I've never selected an auditor.
But the fiscal
board
committee.
member.
Well, why don't we let him finish, please? Thank you. And then we'll
Lucinda,
talk.
with all due respect, the board selects the auditor for the association. There is an independent audit that's performed by an independent auditing company. And they come in and review all the books and records of the association. They do tests on various and sundry parts of the system that Robert is in charge of. They give you each year, and it's available to all members once it's completed, a full audit report each year. So you're already getting an audit. You've talked before about this idea of looking more at the processes, and I think to some extent, that's where you're headed in terms of looking at the processes that went into the lake house.
I'm looking at a forensic audit for the lake house.
So I'm not
I'll
gonna
let-
call
could
this
we
an
let-
audit, it's an independent review.
Could we let Counselor just finish?
Oh, sorry.
I would suggest that you might want to look at, one, is there a real need for a forensic? Because usually that's when there's some sort of attributable criminal activity that you're looking at. With respect to forensic audits as well, you better get prices for it because it is very costly. I'm not saying you can't, I'm just saying you ought to look at that.
We need to alleviate any suspicion that exists among the taxpayers that are in the audience here. And whatever it takes to do that, we need to do it. We need credibility, we need authenticity up here. We don't have it right now.
Okay, so I'm not calling for a forensic audit. I would just like to add to this motion that we task the governance committee with having an independent review of the budgeting for the lake house and 2016. That we have somebody, a committee that's approved by the entire board come in that's independent from the staff and is managed by the board to review some of the questions that were brought up by the members of the association who pay our dues and look at the situation and give the board recommendations. I think that this is not going to hurt anything, and I think it will be good for the board who wants all of this to happen, that it'll answer the members' questions, and it might stop a lot of this negative back and forth between everybody. It could just resolve a lot of issues for a lot of us on all different sides.
Can we synopsize that into another motion rather than blend it into two?
No, I want to tie this to approving the budget changes. So that's my.
Her motion is to amend the motion 2 that you just finished crafting by
Yes,
adding
yes.
and task the governance committee with holding an independent review on the 2016 budget to answer the members' questions.
About the lake house.
Of the lake house budget.
Well, that's certainly a good
Right,
idea.
that was already put on the first part.
I don't want it to lose because it's tagged on to something that somebody else isn't going to vote for.
So we'll need a second to
We have
the
a second
amendment.
to Lucinda's.
Hang on a
friendly
second, do we
amendment,
want to
right?
separate this or not?
So, do we,
She doesn't.
I think that's a subsequent question. Now that we've got a second, did you second?
Right.
Not yet. I want a little discussion among members on
Well, you
this.
have to, you have to second to get discussion.
If you
Okay.
second, then you get a
They will do
discussion.
discussion.
I second it then.
Okay,
Okay,
discussion.
For discussion.
Okay, we're ready for discussion.
These are two very valid and important points. There may be some people here that will vote yes on one and no on another. I don't want a good idea killed because it's blended into.
You can make another motion.
I know. That's my concern. I may be wrong here. That's my only concern. I like it the way it is, and I'm all for it. I don't know if it's going to pass, though, but I'm all for it.
You want to go around the table?
Okay.
That's a very good idea to have take a look, or governance take a look. We all plan to be taking more of a look at this, and I like tasking someone to take that look, but I don't want it tied to this, passing this budget. I feel like it would be another discussion. That's all right.
Okay. Jeff?
I think we take care of the business at hand, and I think we've talked some already about the issue of, we need to look at our process and how we do things better, and that's, I think, is going to continue to be an item of discussion for the board, but probably not appropriate for this phase of our budget approval process where we are right now.
Lucinda, anything else?
Yeah, by tying this to these motions, it demonstrates to the membership of the Reston Association and to our community and business partners the board's willingness to take action and responsibility for this situation that we've found ourselves in. It needs to be tied together. We can't just be, not taking responsibility for what's happened, and there's nothing to lose by doing it. And we have everything to gain by gaining the support and trust of the community and also our community members and partners in the community. There's no reason not to do this.
Julie?
Question about timing, when you were anticipating this analysis.
I would hope it could be done by the end of the year.
Okay, so you're not suggesting that we not go forward and use a facility that we have half pregnant?
No.
Okay.
That would be my preference, but I'm not. I'm making a friendly amendment.
I personally would like them separated because I see that the analysis becomes part and parcel of what we've talked about all night in taking a look at our procedures, our processes, our budgets. There's a lot of stuff wrapped up in that, and I would like to be able to fully describe that action and our expectations so that it's not a sleight of hand. I want it to be a separate action. I would like to just keep it the way that we had originally of approve the revised for the lake house to cover the cost, capital cost overrun, whatever. That's mine.
And then have another motion for the other.
To look at incorporating such analyses into, to me, it's like you have a case history here. I mean, we have something that we can use as a learning experience across the board on many other procedures and processes. And I'm afraid that I don't wish to see it just limited. And that's it.
Okay.
Eve? Yeah, I think, we have nothing to hide in terms of any of the steps that were taken beyond, when it's nothing to hide. I mean, the failure was a failure to recognize the magnitude and the scope of work properly. And so I don't, any implication that there's, contracts that were let to inappropriate people or anything like that, I think is, just not even in the realm of possibility. And so I have zero problem with, I think, an action, Jeff, I'm losing what is the term that is used to report, an after-action report? Done by anybody, I think would be a great idea. I don't think we should tie them. I think it should be separated, just as cleaner that way. I completely agree with the accountability aspects of this. We have had a failure, and so we have to own it, and that's, and that's the way it is.
Let's just pass both motions and move on.
I just have one more comment.
Yeah. Could I let Mike speak and then I'll let you speak?
I like the idea of separating them. I agree that an after-action report, an action, and I think Danielle had made a motion earlier that touched on this. Perhaps they could be combined, but essentially it does the same thing. It takes a look at what transpired, it takes a look at the systems in place, and it looks at how do we ensure that this doesn't repeat in the future and that we've got indicators. So I suggest we do as Lucinda suggests with some time limits, but have it as a separate action, separate motion.
And you wanted to make another comment, Lucinda?
Yeah, I have 3 points to make. Number one is if we make this, I agree that we need to do a bigger and more in-depth look. And I think that by having by having this motion pass as I've amended it, we can still do both. There's no precluding one from the other. We can still have a larger, process review and all of that, which I agree we should have. But I think that it's really important for us to demonstrate to the community at large that this is tied together. It's demonstrating that we're taking responsibility and action. And as Eve said, we have nothing to hide. If we have nothing to hide, then there's no reason why we can't have an independent review of this process. And I'm concerned that if we do make it into a larger thing and we don't have it as part of this, as a small, just independent review of this one thing, that it will turn into an internal process and it won't be seen as transparent by the community. So I highly recommend that we just add this on and we accept it as I've amended it so that we can have just a small internal, like an external review of a committee that will look at this.
I think you want to say something, Counselor?
To move this forward, there seems to be, and I'm going to be very blunt, there seems to be a little bit of distrust about whether the second part of your motion, Lucinda, would get passed. Would there be any objection to moving that to be the number 2 resolution, then use 2 as 3, sure. And
I want to vote on my motion. I have the motion on the table.
I understand what you're saying, Ken. 95% of the time I would agree with you. This is a different case. I mean, we're really this is an inflection point for us as a board and as a community. And Lucinda is right about everything she's saying. And if we're going to vote yes on both motions independently anyway, throw it all together and let's just vote yes on the one.
Okay. Counselor, anything else?
I try.
Any other further discussion? If not, I think it's Lucinda's. Yes, ma'am.
I am very concerned that we do not have enough of a description, of enough details for that second piece that you're adding on, which is why I don't think it's defined well enough to throw into and smush everything together. I still think it needs the light of day on it independently so that we can clarify exactly what we're doing and delivering to our community. And I'm just afraid that as it's described right now, we could spend another half an hour wordsmithing when what we are doing a disservice to our membership is not taking the time to clearly define and get input into what that action should be, what that independent review should be. Thank you.
Jeff? Yeah.
Well put. What Julie just said. This is too important for us to do, because I think we're all in violent agreement that we need to take a look and find a way to do better in the future.
Right.
But let's go ahead and take the time so we can really shape how we want to do that review so that we get a useful product at the end that we can apply as a best practice in the future.
But at the risk of being hypocritical, I hate to be this way, because I'm proposing that we have lost our ability to ask people to just trust us on anything. Our governance committee is really strong right now, and I have great faith that Sherry is not with us, Mike's here, Eve's over there, and myself, that we're not going to be pushed around. We are going to be dedicated to this, and I'm going to ask, and I rarely do this, and if you guys will jump all over me and say no way, I'm just going to ask the community and this board to trust the governance committee on this one, that we will execute. And for the two people, Sherry's not here, please just say, yes, we'll execute and we'll get it done.
I do not believe that's the way this...
Eve, are you with me on that?
I think that we should have a motion that says that we will do this as a separate motion.
Right, but if we do, you're on the committee and you will work with us and get this executed, yes or no?
Of course I will, but
Okay, well, let's do it then.
So why don't we, I think we've had enough discussion. I think, Lucinda, your vote's on your motion's on the floor. Your amended motion is on the floor.
It's the motion to amend.
Right.
It's not, if you vote no, you're not voting no to the budget, you're just voting no to the amendment.
The amendment.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
exactly.
Add-on, we're voting
Add
no to
on.
the add-on.
Yeah.
To the
Please
amendment
restate
to the motion that they
Right,
made.
right.
Okay.
Please state
All
the
right,
motion
so
on which
why
I
don't
am
we go
voting.
around the room, please?
Julie needs clarification.
I would like to know what the motion stands
Okay.
as.
Please tell me if this
Before
is
the vote is taken.
Okay. Lucinda will tell me if this is incorrect. Move to amend the motion
Right.
by adding and task the governance committee with holding an independent review, you changed it to the word review, on the 2016 budget to answer the members' questions.
Is that
Is that
correct?
correct?
Yes.
All right. So, well, let's do a voice.
Well, it's for the lake house, but that's,
That was in the part
part,
above. If you'd like me to
yeah.
reread the part above, I can.
Yeah, no, we got it.
We got it, we got it.
Amended motion.
Okay. Well, her motion is just to amend it.
Right.
But it
But
would.
you have
Read
the
it in its
entire motion
entirety,
that's been
please.
amended.
So, it's
Yeah, I mean, I got it.
Okay, go
It's, move to approve the revised 2016 operating and capital budgets for the lake house to cover the capital cost overrun related to building
Is your,
renovations
is
for
your
the lake
phone
house.
on? I mean, your mic on?
Move to approve the revised 2016 operating capital budgets for the lake house to cover the capital cost overrun related to the building renovations for the lake house and task the board governance committee with holding an independent review on the 2016 budgeting to answer member questions of the lake house budgets.
yes.
Is that correct? All right. So we're ready for the question? I'll start. I think you said you wanted voice, Counselor?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't want it, the board should want it.
Seconded, correct?
You wanted us to have voice, I'm sorry.
No to the amendment.
Okay.
I'm in favor of the amendment.
Julie?
No?
Eve?
No.
Ellen? No? To the amendment? Mike?
No.
No to the amendment.
Ray?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we're now back to the original amended.
No, to the original amendment, to the original motion.
Which is
Original
Ray's
motion.
amended.
Ray's
amended
amended
motion.
motion.
Could Sabrina read it?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, sure, I'd be happy to.
And did we get a second on his motion? I've forgotten.
Yeah,
You
you
had
did.
to.
Oh, you have.
Mike
We have
seconded
it.
it.
All right, we had it. So do we have discussion?
I think it needs to be read again.
Yes.
Read it again, please.
Approve an amendment to the existing balanced budget, or you can just say to the existing
no,
budget.
That's not it. No, let
Sabrina.
Sabrina read it.
Oh, I'm
Ray, let
Ray,
Sabrina
let
read
Sabrina
it.
read it, please.
Okay.
I didn't mean to do that.
Go ahead.
Approve the revised 2016 operating and capital budgets for the lake house to cover the capital cost overrun related to building renovations for the lake house, period.
I second that emotion.
It was already.
was
It was already done.
It's already-
Reread.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's on the table.
Now we're for discussion.
No, why
We
don't
discussed
vote?
it.
No, we already
We
discussed
We
it.
just, have we discussed enough?
Yes.
As far as
All
I'm
right.
concerned, yeah.
Let's do a voice vote for Ray's amendment.
To the motion
To
that's
the
on the
motion.
table.
For the motion
Yeah.
on the table.
Right.
Aye, yes.
No.
Yes.
Eve.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, Mike.
Yes.
Does I mean yes?
I
Yes.
mean,
Yes.
Okay. That motion passes.
Okay.
Motion passes.
All right.
Now I want to throw another emotion, how's that, an emotion, on the tag on that Lucinda wanted to have, I want as a separate motion. The one which
Oh, I
involves
second it.
getting the government committee involved in,
The governance
go
committee.
ahead,
Yeah.
say it the way you said it.
Do you want me to reread it? Because I separated it out
Okay.
for you. Okay, so move to task the board governance committee with holding an independent review on the 2016 budgeting. I need to put Lake House in there, to review.
You put it at the end last time.
Right, okay. Move to task the board governance committee with holding an independent review on the 2016 budgeting of the Lake House to answer member questions.
Period.
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 So
I second that motion.
Yeah, okay, you beat me to it.
Yeah, second. Are you finished, Kate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just
Just get,
motion and Mike seconded.
Yes.
Thank you.
Quick discussion point, just one sentence. The public, members at large, are welcome to attend any and all
All meetings.
governance committee
All meetings.
members,
All
just so you all know that.
Yeah.
All me.
Okay.
Just don't
Do
throw
we need to
anything at
discuss this further, or we're ready to vote, please?
Ready to vote.
Ready to vote.
All right. Yes,
What is
hands
independent?
up.
What does independent mean?
That's my question.
And who's going to appoint the independent?
Which is why,
What is appropriate?
Well, that was
if I might
exactly,
speak,
yes.
I was going to make a motion that we ask the governance committee to come back to the board next month with their recommendation of how they were going to basically answer the mail. And to define that, what is independent, what is the review, what's the extent, but to put that after whatever you guys called that was, so that we all could feel that it was complete and it represented all of our interests.
Okay, I'm good with it. Just reword it and let's roll.
Can I do a friendly?
Yes, I think I might have captured.
Okay, good.
The essence of what you're saying, and I need to direct the governance committee to come back to the board in June, right?
Yes.
With a proposal for an independent review of the 2016 Lake House budgets to answer member questions.
Do we need?
Or on the Lake House budgets, period?
Jeff?
Because we are definitely going to answer.
Why we're doing it.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
well, and our questions.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't, yeah.
Okay, so that's the friendly amendment?
I accept that amendment.
Okay. Is there a second or what?
Does Ray accept that amendment?
So that would say that we're going to come up with something for board and member review, and at that point, they're going to tell us whether to carry on and move it forward, or are we coming up with something final? What's the deal?
We would come up with a recommendation of, and a definition of what that whole action, after action report output is supposed to look like.
Mhm.
And then people would be appointed and they would go do their study and then, yes.
Come back.
And then they would come
You
back
will-
and
You would
report.
come back to us in June, present your approach,
The plan.
governance
A plan.
committee's approach, and we as a board would vote and say, yes, that is
Plan is
is
acceptable.
satisfactory to us, or no, it's not.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay, yes.
Could we add things?
Of
So
course.
could I add my finance
Yes.
questions that I know I'm going to have?
That's the
Absolutely.
plan.
All right.
Direct the governance.
Any further discussion? If not,
Call the question?
let's call for the question. I'm sorry?
Hold it.
Okay.
Aye, yes, definitely.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
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 All in favor? None opposed?
You got that? I've got it, and I'll.
I got one more to go.
Oh my God. Okay, we're down to proposed board motion 3, direct staff to allocate $430,000 from the 2016 operating fund to the Lake House Fund to cover the capital cost overrun related to building renovations for Lake House.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, discussion.
Oh, I think it's been discussed.
No further discussion. Are we ready for the conclusion?
Yes.
Yes, so we'll start with you again, Jeff.
Aye.
No.
Julie?
Aye.
Are we not having discussion on it?
No, we just called.
I'm sorry?
We just called the vote.
I would like a discussion on it, please.
Yes, go
I'm
ahead.
opposed in the financial industry. There's an old saying that don't throw good money after bad. We throw this money out there, we don't know what's behind it, what's going forward. We still don't have the faith of anybody, the money we're spending of theirs. We're talking about reviewing what happened, we're talking about going forward. I'm okay with letting this thing lie fallow for a few months until we get concrete evidence, concrete ideas, concrete plans on how this thing's going to work and how we're going to make it work. So I just think it's a really bad idea, especially in light of what we're doing, to just rubber stamp $430,000 or any amount and just gloss over what's already happened and have the same staff, and the same executive people, and the same everything internally be the ones in charge going forward. I think that's a major mistake. And I think we need to do the independent review that we just talked about. And just let's take the summer off and go to the beach as far as the lake house is concerned. And let's get to the bottom of it, and when we get to the bottom of it, fall comes around, we'll start work again and do it the right way next time. I'm getting ahead of myself, obviously. I'm going to vote no on this 430,000.
You voted.
No,
Right.
you start over again.
Okay, Jeff?
Are we voting now?
Again, yes.
Okay.
Same thing.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Yes.
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 Is that a yes?
I said yes.
Yeah,
Wasn't very
right.
enthusiastic.
Right?
No.
None of us are enthusiastic about it, right?
Yeah, I don't think.
That's right.
It passed by 2/3?
Maybe too enthusiastic.
That's it?
Next agenda.
Next agenda item?
Next agenda item, the 9 p.m. was the Reston's Public Art Initiative. The motion was unanimously tabled under this, the May 26, 2016 meeting of the board, at which time more information on the Initiative for Public Art Reston, also known as IPAR, and its relationship to RI would be provided. Julie?
Thank you.
As you are now the association's representative and voting member of the, everyone's leaving us, of the IPAR board, I would like to give you the floor.
I appreciate that.
Before we hear from our guests. You want to go to the podium or you're comfortable sitting there?
I'm comfortable here.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
And thank you to the board for giving the Initiative for Public Art time on tonight's agenda. I apologize for the delay. But as you certainly heard, we had a very healthy discussion about spending money. I think tonight, though, we're not talking about spending additional monies for IPAR, but we're talking about educating ourselves. At March's meeting, we were presented with a request to allocate an additional $65,000 to IPAR. The board, and I appreciate that, appropriately raised questions as to why now, what for. The expenditure of $65,000 was something that far exceeded our current budget line item allocation. I believe we currently allocate about $10,000 per year to IPAR. Many of us in the community, and I think that, and our board have had limited knowledge and exposure of what IPAR does and the workings that this organization does dedicated to public art. I want to say that with Ken's departure from the board, I was afforded that opportunity to step in. And I'm telling you things because it was just in time to participate in the annual retreat of IPAR and for me to learn many things about IPAR and its members. I learned so much about the organization and its members' input for IPAR's future and the ongoing operations requirements. We're going to hear tonight about IPAR and how it truly brings together and allows for equal representation from all of the institutions that we know so well, like our Reston Community Center, and thank you for joining us tonight, and Grace. And I think we all are very sorry that rain continued to flow on everyone's head over the annual Arts Festival. But IPAR also includes individual artists, architects, land use. I mean, it's truly a reflection. Marco Rando, who is an artist and one of our South Lakes teachers, and who coaches his students on doing the art in the South Lakes, in Lake Thoreau. I mean, it's just very impressive. And to see that group of students come before the design review board and present their ideas, it's such an amazing thing. So all these people who value the role and the contribution of arts, both visual and performing in our world, as we all refer to our founding father, Robert E. Simon, he embraced the arts. And IPAR's mission on public art provides access to art for many. So it's not just in your own home's living room, but it's in your outdoor living room. So that art is accessible to everyone. And I want to turn it over to Ann and Joe to help educate us about IPAR, and then we'll talk about the resolutions and proposed motions.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I think I've had the privilege of speaking before this board before, and not just in the capacity of the current capacity I have as the chairman and president of IPAR, but as the chairman and president of the the Friends of Reston when we were trying to build Nature House, and a few other times through the years. So it's truly a pleasure to be here tonight. Some of you I know, and there are some new faces that I don't know. So it's a pleasure to meet you here tonight and talk about IPAR. I want to mention also that this will be most likely in my last presentation to you as the chair and president of IPAR. I have suggested that it's time for a new chair, and the board is at our next board meeting putting forth a new chair. And I think you will be delighted with the result of that, and so I just thought I'd mention that to you, and I wanted to thank you for the support and the courtesy that you've shown to IPAR through so many years, and your fundamental importance to the organization itself. So with that, I think what I'd like to do is give you a little bit of an overview of IPAR. I think Julie just did a pretty good job of that, but I'm going to add to that a little bit. And then I'm going to ask Ann Delaney, our, I think, fantastic executive director. I hope many of you have had a chance to meet Ann and her work in the community. I think there is no higher value asset in Reston than Ann Delaney, as far as I'm concerned. So if I can use this properly, I'm going to try and advance the slides here. So overview of, here's what we're going to cover tonight, an overview of IPAR, Public Art Master Plan for Reston, Arts Commission under the Master Plan, prospective locations for public art in Reston, the IPAR RA collaboration promoting public art in Reston, RA contributions to public art in Reston, cost of implementing artworks, and RA support for IPAR. So here's the overview of IPAR. We are, of course, as I think you know, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We have a vision and a mission statement. The vision is right there for you to read, and I will read it now. IPAR imagines public art throughout Reston that inspires the community and engages the mind and senses. Our mission states, IPAR seeks to inspire an ongoing commitment to public art and create a new generation of artworks in Reston. And we are a group of individuals and leaders representing Reston's key community organizations. Let me add a footnote here that's not in your notes, and that is that when I first brought forward the concept of doing a public art master plan for Reston, it was because of my involvement. Some of you know that I've been involved with Reston Town Center since its inception 26 years ago. I met with founder Mr. Robert E. Simon, and Bob and I discussed the concept I brought forward of doing a public art master plan for Reston Town Center. Reston Town Center only. And Bob very appropriately said, no, it has to be for all of Reston. And I'm so delighted that he put us on the right path there, because it's been a wonderful thing, I think, for all of Reston. So the IPAR Board of Directors is a very unique organization in Reston in that all the key community organizations are represented, both in terms of a key staff member, usually it's the executive director level, and an appointed voting representative on the board. No organization has greater representation than any other organization. And you can see the members of our board. It comprises the Reston Community Center. Lila's with us here this evening. The Greater Reston Arts Center, Grace, a very important founding member. The Reston Town Center Association, the other association that governs land in Reston, as you're well aware. The Greater Reston Chamber of Commerce, a very important supporter and founding member of IPAR. The League of Reston Artists, the Reston Historic Trust and Museum is a recent addition about to be formally added at our next board meeting. The Office of Supervisor Kathy Hudgens is also represented. Of course, the Reston Association, thank you, Julie, for taking the role now. And we have various other professional representatives from the community of Reston, residents, artists, architects, land use professionals, and emerging leaders. And they all form very important members of our board. I mentioned before that we do have ex officio members that are all the executive directors of those organizations. I don't believe, to the best of my knowledge, that there is any other organization in Reston that brings all these organizations together to work together for the benefit of the entire community. And I think IPAR, that alone makes IPAR a very important organization. We have several committees. They include advocacy. And by the way, what advocacy does principally is goes and meets with developers and encourages them to make commitments to either do public artwork on their developments or to proffer dollars to be spent on public artworks in and around the Reston community. The development committee is really largely about raising money. Public art committee reviews public art as it's brought forward for various proposals, and communications basically spreads the word about IPAR, what we're up to and what our future is, and special events, which of course is a fundraising operation as well. The Public Art Master Plan for Reston, I think at this point, do I handle this one? Okay, I will. I mentioned that going to Bob Simon originally with the concept of doing it just for Reston Town Center, and he appropriately said, no, we have to do it for all of Reston. And that document was officially accepted December of 2008. Something unique happened with this document, unique in the history of Reston, and that is that every founding organization unanimously approved the Public Art Master Plan for Reston. I don't think you'll ever see that happen again in the history of Reston. And I don't mean that to be a joke. I mean that to be total buy-in because of the way we conducted the process to develop that Public Art Master Plan. IPAR had funding of its own, approximately $200,000, plus in-kind contributions by many of our key founding organizations, including RCC. And we brought in a world-class team to lead us through the Public Art Master Plan process. It involved significant community engagement. Our consultants literally met with every key community organization, gave everybody in the community an opportunity to participate in. We also had a design charrette, which was a weekend-long process, so it was extremely comprehensive. It took a lot of work to get to that unanimous approval of the Public Art Master Plan. What it does is outline a vision for public art in Reston. It outlines key opportunities for new projects and an action plan for success. And I would also point out that IPAR co-funded the Reston Association work plan to help implement on RA property. And it was a 50-50 funding. We came up with half the funds for that, and RA did as well. It includes project recommendations, suggests how to fund the projects. It provides descriptions of the various roles different organizations play to successfully realize Reston's public art ambitions. And they are world-class, and they are entirely consistent with Bob Simon's work at Lake Ann and his desire for Reston as it matures in the many years to come. And now I will turn it over to Ann Delaney, and we really are extremely fortunate to have Ann. She is a true treasure for the community. So there you go.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ann Delaney, the Executive Director of the Initiative for Public Art Reston, and it's a pleasure to be here this evening. I will continue the presentation by presenting examples of public art that are on RA common area. And the first example I think that most of you are familiar with is the mosaic work at the Glade Drive underpass. And this is an example, which is the first project, permanent project, that was commissioned under the IPAR process. And it involved community support, including the Reston Community Center, the PTA at Hunters Woods Elementary School. IPAR provided funding for the project, also a project grant, and the contribution of RA with the site, preparing the site, and helping with the installation. Another example of a public artwork on RA Common Area is the wonderful water feature at the Dogwood Pool. And this is really an excellent example of a work that was commissioned and integrated into the construction of the new pool at the Dogwood Pool. And it involved, in both cases, for the Hunters Woods project at the Glade Drive underpass and the Dogwood Pool project, it involved the elementary school and students who benefited from mosaic workshops given by the artist who was commissioned to do the work. This very successful and wonderful work, Pyramid of Light, which was the first of a temporary project on the Lake Toro Spillway, and this is again a collaboration with South Lakes High School, Reston Association, that provides tremendous support, in-kind support in terms of installing and providing guidance for the installation setup, and also technical aspects of in the creation of the work. And we are now at the third year, and I think the students presented this year to the RADRB. And this is last year's work, which is Nothing Twice. Prospective locations for public art in Reston were identified in the Public Art Master Plan. You have community infrastructure and facilities. The Lake House is a new one, but the other ones were in the master plan: the Walker Nature Center, the Pony Barn Recreation Area, village centers, and underpasses. Transit, it is STEM. And the location and initial budget, and it's usually, of course, the identification of a project or location are guided by the Public Art Master Plan for Reston. We assemble project partners, and I've given an example, for instance, of the Glade Drive underpass, for instance, where there were several partners. We develop a call for artists that describes the vision of the project. There's a committee review of artist applications, and it involves an art selection committee. And usually the members of that committee are funding partners, or in-kind partners also in the project. And their selection is then presented to the IPAR Public Art Committee that ensures that the projects and the selected artwork meet the guidelines and the vision of the Public Art Master Plan for Reston. Normally, the top three artists are invited to submit design concepts for review, again, by the two committees. And then the winning artist design concept is presented to the DRB, of course, in case of the Reston Association. It's the RADRB, but also in the case of Reston Town Center Association, they're presented to their DRB. Once approved, the design concept is realized, and there's sometimes a long or short period between the time of approval to the time of the unveiling, but that has happened so far within reasonable time. And then, of course, what is key to any permanent as well as temporary artwork is to ensure that they are maintained and in good condition for the enjoyment of all for as many years as possible. The cost of public art project, they again, it's a broad range, but it involves the IPAR staff time. It involves publishing the call to artists. We use a professional system to receive submissions. The artists receive a stipend normally for their design concepts. That's best practices in the public art field. And then an artist fee usually that is part of the budget includes their time, travel, material, engineering, and insurance, and of course construction costs. And maintenance costs usually are under the responsibility of the owner or property owner where the piece is installed. But in our agreement, we ensure that the artist provides proper guidance as to how to maintain their work. And the partner organizations' contributions involve also staff time, legal fees, in-kind and cash contributions, and of course, the physical site location. Funding of public art. There are many possibilities, opportunities to fund a project. One is to apply for grants. Another one is, of course, contributions from the partner organizations involved in the project. The private sector, there's been an example, for instance, with the sculpture at Reston Town Center, where there's also private funding involved. In-kind contributions are extremely important, as well as individual contributions, and IPAR, in most cases, has also provided financial support, and normally funds are raised usually through our annual reception, as well as a grant that we receive. The value of public art. There are intangible benefits of public art: aesthetic beauty, accessibility, cultural interpretation, education, and inspiration, but also physical and financial benefits of public art are to general improvement to urban environment, economic revitalization, and marketing opportunities. Public art also should be viewed as an asset that adds value to property, similar to capital improvement. And I would like to read this quote, which is fairly recent. The Knight Foundation Soul of the Community Initiative surveyed some 43,000 people in 43 cities and found that social offerings, openness, and welcomeness, and importantly, the aesthetics of a place, the art, parks, and green spaces ranked higher than education, safety, and the local economy as a driver of attachment. The IPAR and RA collaborations promoting public art, are on many levels. And as a founding partner organization, RA continually collaborates with IPAR to promote public art on multiple levels. As Joe mentioned, in 2011, we collaborated and to develop a public art work plan that was adopted by the RA board in 2011. It highlights public art through the RA magazine, the weekly RA newsletter, and the Reston map, which has an icon specifically to identify the location of public art. It provides IPAR with representation on committee working groups, such as the Lake House Working Group and the Pony Barn Working Group. And it features IPAR, where we attended recently the Home and Garden Expo, as well as the RA open houses. We've done that for a number of years, and it's always a great opportunity to meet new residents who get to discover not only IPAR, but all the organizations that participate in this event. And of course, we truly appreciate the support from the staff during the design review process, and also approval or review through the design and review board. As you can see, there are many examples of how RA contributes to IPAR as one of the founding partner organizations through physical site location, meeting and event space. We're very grateful for that. Promoting public art with developers, and through that we follow up and reach out to developers. RA staff time, volunteers, technical and communications expertise, photography, equipment, tools, and machinery that were extremely valuable when we did the Patrick Doherty project, the transportation of materials, storage, and financial contributions. We're very grateful for the $10,000 annual contribution to IPAR, and also the training and development, as well as sponsorship of Chalk Fest and our annual reception. And I just wanted to we were during the Patrick Doherty project that we had temporary storage for the saplings for the sculpture, transportation of saplings that we gathered at in Loudoun County, as you can see another photo, and then the Genie Lift that helped us with the video that we realized for the Doherty project.
Before you leave that, mention the NEA grant that we were able to supply as well.
Yes, as you know, for the Patrick Doherty, this was a collaboration with the Greater Reston Arts Center and also all the community organizations in Reston, but we partner also to apply for funding from the Arts Council of Fairfax County, and IPAR applied also to the National Endowment for the Arts for a grant, and it was a exceptional and wonderful grant of $20,000 that helped support that project.
That's the first time Reston has ever gotten an NEA grant.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fantastic.
So in the art world, it's a biggie. So I think I leave it here to Julie. Yes? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you so much,
Joe.
Joe and Julie. Back to you.
Yes, so shifting back to the proposed motions in front of us, you know, where we got to in looking at this was that so much of the IPAR work is delivered and constructed on RA Common, open space, and where we have design review responsibility. That art is an asset, and we need to treat it as such and care for it. We have not, to the best of my knowledge, truly had a formal policy and an approach to fund its upkeep and acknowledge its work, to maintain the artist's creation. And so we need to look at the future. We need to look at where our current space usage is, future developments. You mentioned a couple of them already tonight, whether they be bike racks for tall oaks, improved appearances of our underpasses. And so I think that by looking at the motion number 1 and number 2, we can declare our support and intent for planning and including that in our budget. And then if you look at the motion number 3, what we're doing there is formalizing that not all of our contributions have to be money. Mm-hmm. They can be in kind, and they can reflect what is important to us in providing that administrative support, providing our RA Common physical space. So I would hope that we would pass all 3 motions tonight quickly.
Quick, yes.
I have a question for IPAR. What % of your revenue is from partner organizations?
Revenue. That's not really the right word. Revenue.
Why don't you describe what our annual budget is, and we can even ask Lila what RCC contributes.
I'm just looking for the percentage of income that's from partner organizations.
Right.
The exact, in terms of direct funding for operations, it's $25,000, so that would represent roughly 155. Operation budget is about 125, 150. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have to finish. Yes, as I mentioned, for operations, we receive about $25,000, which represents, as I said, our budget is about $130,000 to $150,000 for operations.
Because each individual project is
Separate.
identified and separately funded, and depending on which partner organization or where it might be placed, it's all addressed independently as a separate.
Yes,
Yeah.
then we have to fund and budget for projects separately. Yeah.
Lucinda, did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good. Jeff?
I just had Quick question, on terms of the, I noticed, the first thing is identifying the project. How does the identifying the project happen? Like if RA came and said, hey, we want to put public art at the Pony Barn, will you manage that for us? Is that how it works, or?
Yes, that's how it has worked. If you look, let me tell you about a past example. At Dogwood Pool, for instance, RA came, it was in the RA public artwork plan, but, and RA came to IPAR and said we would like to do this project, and it went through the IPAR process, yes.
Okay. And outside of a directed action?
Can I add something actually about this project? There was a budget, but then there was an additional component, and we reached out to RCC to make a contribution. So, we're trying to be also, I don't want to say creative, but, we try to think outside the box also and think of our partners and what are the benefits for the community.
Outside of like a directed project like that, where somebody approaches you and says, hey, I want you to do this on our property, how else do you go about making decisions about where you're going to make investments in public art?
Well, if we think at the beginning, the board, in fact, approved 3 projects, and one was the project at the Glade Drive underpass, which was actually defined as a project as an underpass that connected a village center and a community or school. And another priority was to commission a project that would celebrate an anniversary at Reston Town Center. Another one was an environmental project. And from there on, it's either through community or the partner community organizations that projects are identified. It can come also in the case of the Patrick Doherty project. It was proposed by the Greater Reston Art Center. In other cases, it's IPAR also who makes recommendations.
The bike racks are a good example. Let's
yes,
address that.
Yes, the bike rack, the current project, the call that is up currently is, a discussion that we had with the RA, what was then called the Pedestrian and Bicycling Advisory Committee, and seeing that in Reston, there's such an effort to improve public transportation and also use of bicycles. Bike rack seemed fitting in terms of street furniture that is not only functional but can also have an artistic component. And this came about from that discussion, and of course having a discussion with RA in terms of locations and with the Reston Community Center for Hunters Woods Village Center, and also speaking with developers who have an interest. And in the case of Hunters Woods Village Center, we also have Edens involved in that project, but we hope that it will expand also to other developers or other sites throughout Reston.
So because I saw the listing of the people, I guess those were organizations that serve on the board?
Yes.
Like representative from Kathy Hudgens' office and the Reston Museum. Do all those member organizations make financial contributions to IPAR, or is it
Not
in kind?
all. Some are in kind. Some also are in terms of partnerships, because we have to also be mindful of the financial possibilities of each organization. Sure. But we find ways to work together.
May I address that as
yeah.
well? The initial funding for IPAR was minimum $10,000 contributions from all our founding organizations. Some gave significantly more. One large contribution, tens of thousands of dollars, came from the Arts Council of Fairfax County, for example. So that was, quite a statement of support. And in terms of how these projects go forward, how we select projects and how they get funded, one important point to know about the funding is that because of the great work that members of the IPAR team did in working with Supervisor Hudgens' office, we're going to get proffer dollars where developers don't want to build their own public art project on site or don't want to fund necessarily an off-site project. The county is going to accumulate dollars for IPAR. It's going to be a county account, but the money is working through Supervisor Hudgens' office. There's going to be dollars coming forward that we can then apply to community public artworks. So that is in this time with major redevelopments happening all over Reston, that's going to be something very significant to think about in terms of how partnerships and funding goes forward. So, excuse me for interrupting.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Anything else? Any other questions? Okay, let's start with our motions. Excuse me. Proposed board motion 1. Move to direct staff to prepare for review by the Board of Directors no later than its regular meeting on July the 28th, 2016, a new land use policy resolution that delineates Reston Association's commitment to public art and collaboration with IPAR. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Kate, is that, there's going to be a lot on your plate over the summer? And staff, is that a realistic goal to do that, or would maybe a fall rollout of that new policy be?
September would be appreciated.
Okay.
Friendly amendment?
I would
Friendly amendment?
propose a friendly amendment to make a September meeting.
amendment.
Accepted? Yeah. Okay, so that's September. We don't know the date. Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to commend Julie and Ann and Joe for an exceptional presentation. We all know that 2 months ago, the IPAR subject came up. And I think we can all agree that that was a total abomination. It was poorly prepared. We didn't get any indication of really what it's all about. So I appreciate that. You guys are total professionals. And I do value a good presentation. I don't eat if I can't do a presentation myself, so I understand how much it takes and what goes into it, so I appreciate that. I had a discussion with a woman this week who called and said she was very familiar with IPAR and has contributed money to you guys, and mentioned the whole idea of substitute capital, and that IPAR really doesn't need our money, that they get a lot of contributions from a lot of people and a lot of individual members through Reston, and with the budget situation like it is now here, and heck, we've sure been through it tonight, on direct contributions really are inappropriate for that reason. I mean, as great as all the work you might do is, as much as it may help the town, she mentioned, and I've heard this from other sources, that you, and actually you heard it from Ken on this initial presentation, that it's not that you guys needed the money, it was some other reason why we needed to give you all that money. I only say that because number one sounds very innocuous. It's mom, apple pie, and the American flag all wrapped in one. But in effect, we're being asked to affirm a commitment to public art, and the staff will consider that in future capital budgets. I'm really afraid that the board loses its ability to direct funds or not direct funds to IPAR, and it gets turned over to a staff, whether they have a ceiling on that or not, and it becomes out of our control. And budget issues, assessments, and the like are going to be so much in the public eye right now that if there is substitute capital out there, which I believe there probably is, I really don't want to see us opening the door to making a lot of direct monetary contributions to IPAR at this time. I'm certainly willing to revisit it. You talk about in-kind support. As long as we can be guaranteed that it's just in-kind support and it's not going to show up as a budget item, it's not going to show up as an assessment, of course I think most people would agree to that. I don't like the idea that a lot of this stuff and it may be just my natural suspicion because of a lot of stuff that's happened recently, I don't want a backdoor way of funding IPAR, or anybody else for that matter, that the board is not going to be the one to decide whether that money is spent or not. I'll certainly open the door to Julie, who knows way more than I do about the subject, and to Joe and Ann, who are vastly more knowledgeable. And by the way, this isn't one of these either or. If you don't vote for IPAR, you're a Neanderthal. I really value public art. I understand the value it gives to a city, a community, real estate values, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's not my point here.
If I might
Yes,
comment,
please.
Ray, the proposed motion to develop a land use policy is not a question of a funding issue. It's how we're approaching our commitment to art. We already have in our budget that we approved in the fall a contribution of $10,000 per year.
I think I have
continuing that, so we're not changing anything there.
Okay.
But I think what we're trying to do by having this policy resolution is addressing some of the gaps and making sure that we do have the processes and procedures in there to address your concerns.
Yeah,
So I actually think this is getting to what you would like to see.
I have ghosts of this $60,000 a year thing floating around in my mind for
About
2
any
months.
additional funds would have to come out through our budgeting process. And we've already established our budget for 2016 and 2017. So it would be a question that would come up in the following years.
So that's it for now. I can be assured that we're not
If I-
going to spend any more than what we have budgeted right now.
Well, I might say that if there's a project that comes up that we decide that, oh, we would like a piece of public art as part of, say, the Pony Barn or say Tall Oaks, where they have some underpasses.
come as
that
a
need-
separate
that would-
item in
That would be
17.
brought before us to take a vote and address it as a separate item. And how you approach getting that funding. It might be Friends of Reston. It might be a corporate citizen in our community. It might be a proffer. So that's not what's being asked here. It's simply saying, let's formalize and commit where we are and how we
I
approach it.
hope you understand my skepticism because of what happened 2 months ago. I don't
I
want this to
do.
be seen
And-
as a
and
way
I-
to come back to
and-
the table again in a much more sophisticated and intelligent form and try
I
to
do
get-
appreciate
okay?
that. And that's certainly part of why I asked if I might be part of the IPAR
I'm glad that you're on
representative.
there. Thank you.
So I love art, but I have a budget.
Well,
May I also
Let me
offer a
just take
response?
Yes.
I just wanted to say, with regard to the caller, I wish she was right. I wish we had access to all funds. I've been involved with significant amounts of my own money. I think that's probably the largest funding source of IPAR. And believe me, if there was a way we could get additional funds in, we'd be doing it. It has not been easy to raise capital to grow IPAR to the extent that we want to. And I sincerely wish that what your caller said was accurate. I don't believe it is.
Thank you,
Call them
John.
back and give them what's their number.
So are we ready for the question? And we have to ask,
Well,
can we do?
the only thing I wanted to make sure of is that everyone understood that this is a land use policy for Reston Association.
Right.
To
Correct.
incorporate art within the Reston Association, not outside third-party kind of things.
It's just
On our property.
Our property.
On
And
our
I would
property.
remind the chair that we approach the witching
Yeah.
hour, that you need to, at some
But
point.
can I close this and then we'll do the witching hour? All right. All those in favor of proposed board motion 1, do we need a voice or can we raise our hands? Counselor?
It's up to you.
All right, let's raise our hands. Okay. Did you get that? Okay. Opposed? One opposed, abstention.
I am abstaining. I just don't have enough information
Okay.
to make an accurate vote here.
Thank you.
Thank you, we appreciate that. I need a motion to extend, how much longer do you, Kate, off the top of your head? John?
10 minutes additional for him. So
Only 10 minutes?
About 10 to go through it. He and I were pretty quick last night at the planning commission, so yes.
Okay, on say 11:15? Is that good? 11:20. I make a motion that we extend the Board of Directors meeting until 11:20 p.m.
Second, reluctantly.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
I'm opposed.
That's enthusiastic. Yes,
I'm going to say no.
I'm saying no.
okay. Okay.
Protest vote.
Let's count the vote
Let's
then.
count the
because-
vote then. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 3.
Close.
Next.
Let's see, proposed board motion 2, move to direct staff to include as part of the association's strategic capital planning process, maintenance/reserve funding for the future installation and upkeep of public art on RA Common area.
Do I
Do
need
I
to
have
make
a
motion?
second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this? If not,
I have the same point about I'm fearing opening the door to future expenditures that we don't want here.
any other discussion? If not,
Ray, I understand your concern, but I think we have the appropriate controls in place that will have say over what any funds that would get used for that purpose. We're creating a mechanism by which it would be done. But I understand where you're coming from. That's all.
you were going to say something, Daniel? Okay.
I would echo Ray's concern here as well. You know, I'm concerned about unfunded mandates.
Well, and I'm going to echo that too, and I'm going to back it up with my vote.
Okay. All those in favor of proposed board motion 2, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain. One, as Danielle. Proposed board motion 3, move to authorize the donation of in-kind support to IPAR's operations in the form of administrative assistance for an office meeting space. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. Discussion.
I have a question.
Sure.
I don't know. Kate, you may be the one to answer this. This donation of in-kind support to IPAR operations and administrative assistance office and meeting space, is this in any way going to show up in our budget or in any way show up as an assessment increase possibility for members?
No,
Absolutely not.
absolutely not.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Did we, all those in favor? That's, and, okay, all those opposed? 1 opposed. Well, thank you very much. I think we're down to executive session.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for staying around.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Night, Robert.
Good night, everybody. Have a good Memorial Day weekend.
Thank you.
Yes.
Night,
Thanks,
night.
Robert.
Thank you for your good work.
Machine gun.
Troy.
Have a good week, Robert. Weekend. Enjoy your time off.
We beat the 11:20 deadline?
Yeah. Need to move and go.